Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another Flesh and Blood stream. Today, we have Talishar Tournament number 4 coming at you live. We are playing Blitz this time around due to popular request, and by popular request, I mean a couple people thought it would be a fun idea, and we've ran with it ever since. So, I'm pretty pumped. The Talishar tournaments are a lot of fun. We always get a lot of really cool games, and I think it's fun to hang out with everybody. Like, I honestly, my favorite part of it is just getting to like hang out in the Discord with everybody. Like, I think it's a lot of fun that. So I am really looking forward to the games. We've got a couple of cool prizes on the line. We have a surgical extraction mat, and we have a cold foil Max the Hype Nitro. So some pretty sweet prizes. Those will go out to first and second, obviously. Right now it's looking like we have 23 or 24 players, I think, today is what we're looking at. So we're going to be looking at 5 rounds with a cut to top 8. And top 8's going to be, you know, like every other top 8. We're going to be getting a feature match every single round. And I'll be here to commentate. I was not able to set up the dual commentating thing. I wasn't able to like get that figured out yet. I'm still working on that. So hopefully I'll have it set up for the next one. But it's one of those works in progress. But we're here. We're live. We're getting the tournament together. I am very excited. I love this. Shirt selection a little underwhelming, though. Ben's just saying that because I didn't pick out the shirt that he bought me for Christmas. Hey, Renee, what's going on, dude? How are you? So, yeah, I'm pretty pumped. I hope everybody else is excited. These are always a lot of fun. I always have a blast putting them on and getting to hang out with everybody. I know a lot of people who were playing today, they don't like Blitz at all, but they're just playing because they want to come hang out with everybody. And, like, you know, at the end of the day, it's cards. Like, that's what it's about, you know? Like, that's what it's all about. So, this should be pretty exciting today. We've had a few last minute additions and drops. It's always what happens. I get it. Like, life comes up, things happen, and people always join at the last minute. So I'm excited. We only had like 14 or 15 people signed up before yesterday, and now it's like 23 or 24. So I'm pretty pumped. All right. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take a short break here. We're gonna get the matches set up, and when I come back, we are going to have round 1 feature match coming at you. We're going to be looking to go live right at 1 o'clock. That's Eastern time. So, excuse me. So it's going to be roughly in about 7 or 8 minutes. We're going to get everybody set up. I'm going to get instructions. We're going to get everybody pulled together. And then we are going to get round 1 coming at you. Thanks for being here today, guys. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. All right. We had a break. We're back. Round 1 action coming at you. Here we go. We got Betsy versus Victor to start the day off. Brother, let's freaking go. Josh is playing Victor just to spite me, he said. He said he's going to play Victor to show me how bad Victor is. So I cannot wait to see this today. I am pumped. Hey, Caleb, what's up, dude? Hey, Jesse, what's up, man? Appreciate you guys coming by and hanging out. You start stream and then take a break. That's like clocking into work and then go to poop. Rick said, bro, what? All right. I am actually like very intrigued to see this matchup play out. Like, you know, considering that Betsy has a Nothos, like there's something like there's a lot of value that can be made there. But, you know, Victor has cast homes and all of the block cards that get value. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Murlow starting off with just swinging the hammer, getting cards out of Josh's deck. Understands this is going to be a longer game. Going to be a longer game. Also, the round timer is supposed to end at 140, but it took us a little bit longer to get going, so we're going to go until about 145 for this match. Just to, you know, since it's the feature match area, 145 is going to be our round timer. Hey, Zakar, what's up, dude? I'm just going to hang out in live chat and watch a game since my opponent hasn't showed up. Yeah, of course, of course. Dude, Cusco, the vibes are Sigardia mirror, bro. This is as good as it gets, round 1, brother. This is the vibe. This is it, fam. All right, let's see what Josh is able to crack back with. He blocks with 2 cards here, and then Josh uses Tectonic Plating. Also, I really like Blitz because you just get to use Tech Plating, and just throws a Titan's Fist here to start the game. Interesting. Oh, Clash of Might. Clash of Might coming from Betsy. We have a Wallop. All right, I think Murlow has the Wallop. Yeah. Yeah, so making a Vigor and a Might here off the Clash. Man, let's go. And we thought Victor was the clashing deck. Let's go. What a start. I'm really curious to see the value that Murlow is able to get out of Good Time Chapeau today. I think that'll be the real test of what this is going to look like. I'm hoping that Murlow is able to like really wager a lot of cards and like set up some decent pummels and put something together here. He was posting pictures of him playing Betsy in the Discord the other day, and he looked like he was living it up, to be honest. So, money where your mouth is. Okay. Okay, here we go. Is this going to be... Oh, Command and Conquer for 10, and we are going to wager a gold. Oh my gosh, and we're using Betsy, so it's 11 overpower. Command and Conquer. Bro, what a start. What a start, fam. Josh is going to have... Man... So Josh has to give every piece of equipment but Civic Steps and 1 card here. It is the Trounce, though. So if Josh is able to win the Trounce, let's see. Ooh, that's not a good start. That's not a good start. Josh has a Pummel. Murlow has a Wallop. Which means if Josh doesn't break his shield to reclash here, which would be ultimately bad for the Command and Conquer and the value. Okay, so we just let the second one happen. Man, he went Pummel into Trounce. So not only does Josh lose the first clash, but he loses the entire Trounce. And 2 Vigor tokens from that because of the Wallop. Wow. Betsy really shining so far here. This has been an insane start to a game here. And then, all right, here we go. Excuse me. Here we go. We got Josh throwing the Golden Sun. We like that. We like to see that. Coming in with the Golden Sun here. Okay. We got a lot of good equipment here. The Good Time Chapeau is Temper. Okay, it is Temper. I thought it might have been Blade Break for a second, and I was like, that's interesting. But now it's Temper. Who wins the Clash of Might? Oh my gosh. Josh cannot do anything with the clashes right now. Josh is getting so unlucky. Reveals a Wallop and makes another Might from the Clash of Might. So we have 3 Vigor tokens here. And we have 2 Might tokens. Murlow's really seeing a lot of value here from... Seeing a lot of value here. Like, we're getting a lot of good value at this point. OP isn't here, so I claimed. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. I completely understand. Give in mind, like, 2 more minutes. I mean, if you guys don't claim the win, I'll put it in at the end of the round either way. So we'll get it taken care of no matter what. Okay, here we go. It's time for a little Good Time Chapeau action. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Activate Betsy. Spinal Crush for 12 overpower. What? Bro, what is happening? Okay, Josh. Okay, Josh thinking about those blocks there. Is Josh just taking 12? Josh takes 12 and goes to 8. Now, the Spinal Crush is active, and you give up the Might and the Vigor there. Okay. So, Betsy really shining here. Betsy's putting in a lot of work. I can only assume that Josh has the pummel. If this is... Excuse me. If this is the route that we decided to go, I can only assume that Josh has the pummel. Like, I would think so. Betsy is on fire right now. Betsy is living it up right now. Oh no, if you activate Tectonic Plating, you don't have Go again, Josh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this could be a mistake. You don't have Go again. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, so they're allowing some undos, some takebacks here. Okay. Good sportsmanship to start off the tournament. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Honestly, we love to see the sportsmanship to start the day off. Dude, like, this is what the Guardian Mirror is all about. I am loving every second of this right now, to be honest, guys. Civic Steps, Gauntlets, and Boulder Drop. Discard your last card. Discard another card to a pummel. I'm curious to know if Merlo is, like, blocking in a way that plays around the pummel effect in his head. Because if this is pummel, he falls to 14, discards a card, and then is not able to activate his own Tectonic Plating. Yep, there's the pummel. Yep. Or I guess Gauntlets, it does not crush, actually. I take that back. The Gauntlet stops the crush there. Man. Yeah, it's cool that they're, like, being, like, pretty chill and going back and forth there. So he uses the Vigor token to activate Surge, and then swings a Nothos for 5. Okay. Did give Josh the Quicken token. It is an interesting decision, but okay. Ooh, Test of Strength. Here we go. Josh needs a clash right here. Josh needs a clash. Okay, there we go. We see a 7. Josh goes to 7, and he's got that Quicken token to, like, really try and get tempo of this game. Man, this has been some hard-hitting back-and-forth action right here. This is where it's at. Gold main estate. Okay. We'll only have 2 gold, so no might tokens, but still... We're pretty much just filtering a card here to try and make more value out of our hand. Man, leading on Command and Conquer. Okay. 6. Go again because of the Quicken token. What a start. Visit Goldmane Estate into Command and Conquer. The value play. The value play. Was on Oldham down to the 2 last Guardians. It got overpowered for 11. Oh, dude, that's tough, man. Okay. Giving a bet big. And 3 pieces of equipment. Now, I like the use of the Quicken token there, to be honest. I like giving him the Quicken token because it's not really going to get use out of it. So, all right, here we go. Okay, Merlo using the life total advantage as a resource here falls down to 11. Now, Merlo is out of equipment, and Josh is not. So, makes this a little interesting here to see what we can put together at this point. Now, we know that Merlo has the money where your mouth is in his hand. So there could be some, like, potential to, like, pitch a blue, play that, pitch another blue to swing an Othos, and then wager. So it's 9 overpower, which is pretty good. It's 9 overpower wagering a gold. Or I'm sorry. Yeah. No, it'd be, if you paid for Betsy, it'd be 10, right? So it'd be 10 overpower, which is still pretty good. Just out of curiosity, Peterson, did you guys play UPF as, like, your armory last night? Or did you guys just, like, play UPF for fun? I'm just curious. This has been some great round 1 action. So I'm assuming that since we're not really doing anything just off the, like, Merlo might have a little bit of an awkward hand here. Okay. E-Strike, naming, go again. Okay. I'm in for this. E-Strike, naming, go again. Makes sense. So he goes E-Strike, naming, go again, and then we're probably going to swing the Anothos here if I had to guess. Josh just blocking out. Yep. And then the Test of Strength. Merlo has the pummel and Josh has a Cranial Crush. Okay, so Josh wins. So Josh getting back-to-back value off of the Test of Strengths here. And also his next cast homes is going to be looking pretty good at this point. Like, really starting to pull things together here. Okay, Josh activates Tectonic Plating. Pitching that Cranial Crush that we know about. What is the follow-up play here? If it was cast homes, I would think he would have led on it. Okay, he cracks the gold to see what we can find here. So Josh has 2 unknown cards in hand and just decides to swing Titan's Fist. Okay. Murillo decides to block with the pummel, take 2, fall to 9. We had that like rip-roaring aggressive start. Now things have kind of slowed down a little bit. Things are kind of starting to even out. We're starting to see some like more consistent Guardian gameplay here where we're just swinging the hammer back and forth a bunch of times. It's worth noting that if you don't count their arsenals, Murillo is technically up 1 card at 28 if you count the 3 in his hand versus Josh's 27. So Betsy already up 1 card on the card advantage ordeal here over the long course of this game, depending on how it plays out here. Then Sunday, CC Armory. Oh, that's cool, Peterson. It's cool that you guys get to have like the UPF on Friday nights and then like a regular Armory. Okay. Decides not to make a new surge, and then just throws the Spinal Crush. Just kind of looking at Josh and saying, look, I'm going to force you to give me a couple of cards here and to kind of play your hand out. Okay, Josh just blocks 9. Josh blocking 9, valuing his life total. Now, to be fair, Josh is at 7, but Josh does have more equipment here. And Josh just passes. I wonder if Josh had quad reds. Was that a pint of strong and stout? Okay. All right, Murillo's working with some spice here. So we set up a Surge, a Might, a Vigor, and we swing a Nothos for 6. Now, it's worth noting that we just saw the other red pummel pitch, so Josh knows that there is no pummel here. So there could be a world if Josh's hand is good enough, he goes down to 1. Now, going down to 1 in the Guardian Mirror feels kind of weird. I don't know that going down to 1 is exactly where you want to be. I'm intrigued that Josh is giving equipment here. This is interesting. He might be in his head playing around the pummel, but we know it was just pitched, so we know it's not there. Yo, Simon, what's up, brother? Yeah, Josh told me he was bringing Victor just to spite me so he could show me how bad it is. That's what he told me earlier. All right. Josh with 3 cards in hand, down 4 points. Pitches the Thunk to make a new Seismic Surge. Okay. Golden Sun for 10 overpower, cracking a gold. It's a pretty good play. Considering that Murillo has no equipment, this is a pretty good play. It's now 5-2 in favor of Josh. That is Josh's second Golden Sun, though, if I remember correctly. Yes, it is his second Golden Sun. Also, Josh has 1 more pummel we haven't seen yet. I don't think he's pitched it yet, so this is getting really interesting really quickly here. The player makes the hero. I'm going to tell him you said that. I'm sure he'll be in your chat first thing on Monday giving you a hard time about it. Okay, E-Strike for 6 go again. All of these go again cards starting to look really good. It's really giving Murillo a lot of like advantage with the course of like, over the game here. Oh my gosh. Did he have a Vigor? He did. If he pitches a blue, he can throw this for 9. Yeah, the Surge is active and everything. Yeah, if you pitch the blue, you should be able to play it. Oh no, because he had the Vigor and the Surge, he actually gets to throw this for 10. Wow, what a swing of events right there. Man. Murillo showing the power of Prime to fight here, and Betsy, let's go. Betsy's looked really strong this round. For anybody kind of scoping out the tournament today to think about skirmish season, keep Betsy in the back of your mind. Okay, Josh can't do anything, so he passes here. It's now 2-1 back in favor of Murillo. Is this the moment we see Betsy win? Wager all the tokens for 9 overpower. Even if Murillo has 2 reds in hand, he's still able to pitch both of those. 3, 4, 5, 6. If Josh has the pummel or perhaps a sink below in his list, he could get value here and stay alive. But it doesn't look like it. Man, Betsy with the bet big play to close out the game. Betsy, 1-0. I can honestly say I did not see that coming. I did not think Betsy was going to be at the top of the list today. Like, man, what a round one. What a round one. Josh had a lot of really rough luck there with some early clashes. And then as the game started to progress, Josh started winning some more clashes. But the overpower effect without playing Staunch Response and Sink Below in this format and Blitz, there's not really many Victor lists that are playing heavy defense reactions. So, man, overpower from Betsy, just able to close the game out there. We love to see it. All right, we're going to take a short break. I'm going to see if I can find us another feature match here. We might have some more matches going on. If I can, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Short break. We're back. Round 2 coming at you. We got metagame breakdowns in the chat. We pinned those messages so you guys can see them. This is table 1 here. So both of our players are 1-0 at the current moment here. And we are looking at round number 2. And sorry, you guys are just gonna kind of have to bear with me here because this is, I have to manually update this stuff every single time we jump around. So here we go. We're starting off. Brad pitches 2 reds. We got Brad and Equinox here. Brad pitches to make a rune chant. And then Arsenal's here. All right. Now, Riptide is not something I was expecting to see in Blitz today. I have to admit, it was not something, I did not have that on my bingo card. But Death Dealer Blitz is even more interesting to me. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. We're gonna see some pretty cool stuff here. Brad did not come with an equipment suite that blocks a ton here, which I think makes sense because in, excuse me, in Blitz, you know, Briar's just looking to run you over and like set up and do as much damage as she can as fast as she can here. So we got Bolt and Shot for 7. Hits. There's no reload because we'd already used Riptide's ability with the New Horizon to reload something. And then we have a Sleep Dart coming in for 5 here. So Briar's hero ability would be turned off if this hits. And then let's look at our hidden agenda card. This has AB1, and turn a face down arrow in your arsenal face up, gain a resource, and then destroy this at the beginning of the end phase. So this is going to be pretty, I think, I'm curious to see what this deck looks like. Blocking with Lightning Surge in both pieces of our equipment here. So Brad doing his best to try and preserve Briar's ability, which I think is very important. Okay, here we go. CMH to start the turn. I mean, that's just what it is. And a Gore Tome. Okay, Embodiment of Lightning has been generated. Nimbalism. Snatch. Oh my gosh. What is this? Snatch for 10? 10, 1 Arcane, go again. Because of the Embodiment of Lightning. Insane. This is so good. There's so much value here. This is such a big tempo play here. Win or wonder. I didn't see anybody qualify for... I don't know anybody that qualified for the Deathmatch Arena, Peterson, to be honest. Okay, whoa. Equinox is taking 10? And then we're going to pitch the Bramble Spark to throw Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2 here. Wow, what a interesting turn of events. Brad sets up. Equinox throws, like, what, 12 damage at him with multiple on-hit effects? And then Brad puts Equinox down to 4 after throwing Channel Mount Heroic on board. This is not a blocking game, boys. This is not a blocking game at all. We're looking to play offense and get a rip-roaring start and just start running people over as fast as we can. It's exactly what we're looking to do here. All right, so we use Hidden Agenda to flip Endless Arrow face up to gain a resource. We have 2 resources after playing to premeditate. Oh, I guess this isn't a once per turn. This is just an instant. You can do this. 7 go again after cracking Perch Grapplers. Man, on-hit Ponder, on-hit Endless Arrow effect. We have yet to use Death Dealer, and we're looking at a hand that actually goes crazy here. I'm curious to see how Brad tries to navigate this turn, as it really feels like Equinox is putting on a lot of pressure here. Tome of Harvest does at least block for 3 because of the embodiment. Tome, E-Strike, Grasp. Oh my gosh, Equinox has the Rain Razors. No wonder Equinox is willing to take so much damage. This hand is bonkers. Bullseye Bracers. Jeez. This is crazy. This has been a wild start. Yeah, you can use it as much as you want as long as it's face down. It's really crazy. Okay, decides not to break Bullseye Bracers here. Bolt and Shot for 6 go again. I mean, this is on-hit reload, which could be relevant here because it could give Equinox the ability to load the Endless Arrow, get it back, and then Bullseye, and then Death Dealer. There's potential here for Equinox to be able to throw that Endless Arrow 3 times. Uh-oh, this doesn't get the buff effect here. Face up arrow, so he could have used this to give that go again, which would have been a much better play. chose not to make that play. If Equinox had used the hidden agenda there to turn it face up, it would have been 6 go again, and Brad would be dead here. But because he didn't do that, it's still 4-3, and Equinox is in a great position. Oh, that was the heavy hitters thing. Yeah, anybody who won a sealed event with Kasai, because Kasai was the one that won the most. Yep. So Brad passes. Unfortunate spot to be in. We're leading on Rain Razors. Interesting. I'm curious to know why we're leading on Rain Razors. This is really interesting. Yeah, there would have been 2 more attacks there with the Endless Arrow last turn. So this is for 7. Brad blocking 7. Okay. I'm curious to know if Brad's going to be able to put the game in a spot to where there's potential for Equinox to lose. Because of Equinox's decision to not use the hidden agenda to give it go again, which would have won him the game. Curious to see if Brad can try to get back into this game here. Being able to keep the Exude Confidence, it's a good play. Lets him be able to put an Embodiment of Earth into play. Which, to be honest, looking at this turn, could keep him alive. Oh my gosh. Oh, I thought he had all non-attacks. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, Equinox had nothing? Okay. Searing Shot pretty much means on-hit death. Yep. There it is. Man. Shoo! That was crazy. 5 turns, and it's interesting because it could have ended on turn 3 if Equinox had been able to use his other piece of equipment. If he had used the hidden agenda, he would have been able to end the game there. Let's see if we can catch them real quick. We might be able to get like an interview here and kind of talk to them about their game real quick. Let's see if we can find them real quick and talk about their game here. Let's see.
I should have
Boys,
broken
what
my
a
iron
game.
weave.
Yeah,
Yeah, something like that.
So let's
I made a mistake.
let's talk about the game here for just a second, because there was a lot of back and forth, and it was interesting, and I kind of want to hear your all's thoughts right here. So, you know, it starts out Brad, you know, makes a rune chant and passes, which is I'm pretty sure that's like a pretty typical play, you know, for Briar on turn 0. And then on the next turn, Brad puts CMH into play, and Equinox takes all that damage, and I'm sitting here going, what is in his hand? And then Equinox just put Exodia together and went crazy.
It wasn't OTK. It wasn't OTK. I forgot to use my chest piece to flip the arrow in my arsenal, which would have given it go again.
Yeah, so I had to read Purge Grapplers
forever.
I had to read Purge
Infinite. Yeah,
I had to read Purge Grapplers, because if you had used Hidden Agenda, it's for 6 go again, which means when you get it back, you can use Bullseye Bracers to 6 go again or 7 go again
forever.
Explain to me forever? I'm not understanding that.
Well, not quite forever, but as long as I can keep reloading that one infinite arrow, and I have things in the deck like I have the card that gives your bow 2 extra uses. I have 3 of a kind. I have just like these stupid cards that let me keep reloading.
Okay.
And the idea is you throw these threatening on-hits first, you get your opponent to block out, then you pop Perch Grapplers, use Hidden Agenda to get your resource acquisition going, and then you just throw Endless Arrow like 8 times.
So, looking at your turn, from what I could see, it looked like if you used Hidden Agenda to flip the Endless Arrow face up, it would have been 6 go again. And then from there, when it comes back to hand, you have a card in your hand, which means you can use Death Dealer, because you had yet to use it. You load it and draw a card. I also had my arm piece, Yeah, so you had 2 more throws coming right there.
And
at minimum.
If the card I drew off Bullseye Bracers was a 0-cost pump, I also had another pumped Endless Arrow to end it all off with.
Oh man, that's insane. So
yeah, that was scary to sit across from.
I was like, Brad, tell me what was going through your mind as that was happening, because I mean, that was I was not ready for that. Sitting here, I was watching probably as much in awe as you were, I imagine.
Yeah, definitely. I have a friend who plays a lot of Riptide and Blitz and CC, and
Okay.
I've never had a game like that, to say the least. Most of the
This
time, I'm trying to hurry up and dig towards my exude confidence so that I can buff it up and play around the traps and stuff like that. And
sure.
yeah, this time, the only
OTK
thing I think
Riptide.
that maybe I could have done different is break my Aether Iron Weave on that turn that I put the channel mount out and seeing if I could pop the gold to draw into something to get him to start blocking.
Okay.
But
Sure.
I
you know,
will note that the deck I'm running is not actually able to do that OTK against decks that block really well and that are trying to fatigue me.
So you mean like the 6 victors that there are in the tournament?
I have a fatigue switchboard with the other quiver and 2 copies of Remembrance.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Brad, if you crack Iron Weave on that turn, just out of curiosity, you drew the Bramble Spark off the snatch. So
Yes.
because you had pitched it to the Thorn. So was there any world where like what if you do crack Iron Weave to draw the gold? What are you looking to draw right there? Like what's the best card you could see off the top of the deck?
literally at that point, I had Channel Mount Heroic out, so any 0-cost attack action,
Okay.
not Enlightened Strike.
Even a 1 cost, because you did have the Bramble Spark in hand too, right?
Yeah, so
Or no, you
Well,
had
I'm
to
not even-
pitch that for the.
so you
Iron
drew
Weave.
the Bramble
No,
Spark.
Iron Weave's free.
So if you crack Iron Weave, you have 2 resources. So even E-Strike
Yeah.
would have worked there, right? It would have
Oh
been
yeah,
for 10.
yeah,
Yeah,
yep,
So-
absolutely.
Yeah,
yes.
so basically any attack.
yeah.
Or even at that point, there would be opportunity to E-Strike, draw a card, break Snapdragons, possibly, depending on what I draw.
Yeah.
And yeah,
It was
so
really
if I draw
just a-
blue, I could grasp Rosetta. If I draw a 0-cost, I just play it. If I draw anything else, I just swing Rosetta. So
I mean, it was lethal for sure, right? So because
Yeah.
before the Rosetta, Equinox was at 8. So if you do rip into E-Strike, you can go 8, draw a card, and then if nothing else, it's just snap Rosetta, like regardless, because the Gorg Tome's gone, so you don't have that. There's
Yep.
no like whiff of resources for the Gorg Tome there.
That game
Yep.
was absolutely a knowledge check of like, do you know OTK Riptide is a thing?
Brother,
I do now.
Man, I think Brad and I were learning at the same time watching that game because
Yeah,
I had no
for sure.
idea what was coming. So somebody asked, how many traps are you running in your deck, Equinox? Just out of curiosity.
I am running, I believe, 7.
Okay. Are they the legendary traps? Are those 3 of those, I assume?
Yes, all 3 legendary traps because blues are very useful when you're doing like tri-shot things.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And also some secret ones that are useful, especially in those fatigue matchups.
Okay, let's go. Equinox has got some tech. I like it. I'm here for it. Well, guys, thanks for the great match. I really enjoyed watching it, and good luck in the rest of the games today.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, we're going to take another short break here. We're going to see if we can find any of the games going on. By the way, Riddler, thank you for the gift and the sub, or the membership, a big support, brother. I really appreciate it. We're going to take a small break, see if there's any other games going on, and if not, we're going to get round 3 paired and going. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Okay, guys, we got a backup feature match. Here we go. We got another match coming at you guys. So, all right. So up here at the top for Zen ended up losing round 1 to my understanding. So Zen is 0-1 and Enigma New Moon won round 1. And I'm going to be honest, joining this game, guys, it looks like, man, it looks like it's definitely going Enigma's way right now. Now, Blake was telling me, Blake on the bottom, Zach on the top here. Blake was telling me that he had really felt like he had figured something out very positive here with this deck, and that he felt like Enigma New Moon was looking really good. And he's playing Reality Refractor, which I think is kind of cool, and works very well with her equipment. Here we have a Tide Maw with 8 counters on it, 2 Spectral Shields with a counter, and a Spectral Shield. So it looks like there's a lot of things going on from Blake's side of the table here. I'm gonna refresh here just in case they I think they're waiting to kind of get started so we could get back here. And hey, Andrew, what's going on, man? How are you, buddy? All right. So we've had some interesting games. Round 1 was Betsy versus Victor, and then our round 2 feature match was OTK Riptide, which I did not know at the time, versus Briar, which was a heck of a game. And we had an interview with the players to kind of talk about it. And now we've got Enigma New Moon versus Zen going on here, and it looks like that Enigma New Moon is like really putting the pressure on Zen this round. You know, honestly, it's kind of crazy, but I've seen Zen win from worse spots. Nah, I take that back. I probably haven't. Also, Aqualapse is kind of cool. I really like Aqualapse as an equipment. I think it's really cool. Blake did end up adding the Moon Chakras in, which he had talked about doing. I think that makes sense. Do we have the OTK Riptide list? So Riku, I was told by Equinox that it didn't want to share the list just yet because there was a couple of cards that were, you know, kind of like a little spicy that they had set up for some important matchups. But at the end of the tournament, generally everybody agrees to share their list. So we'll have it before the day's over with. I'm going to jump back in and see what's going on. Guys, you guys are more than welcome to.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm refreshing my page. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't know if you were ready or not. I haven't passed.
Yeah, no,
Blake.
You guys are good. Go get them.
Let's do this.
All right, here we go. We're live. We're back. We're in there like swimwear. Can Zen make the comeback from Enigma New Moon? I don't think anybody wants him to. I think Enigma New Moon is like definitely quote unquote the good guy here, as far as everything's concerned. But we'll see. We'll see what Zach can try to cobble together here. Key Unleashed has been like one of the best additions to this deck, in my opinion. The 2-for-7 has a very good rate, and it really pairs well into a lot of the decks that I think Zen struggles into. All right, here we go. Activate Zen. I assume we're going to go get another 100 wins and a Tiger here that we're going to Arsenal. It's probably what I would guess. Could be a Tiger Swipe, if that's the route that Zach wants to go. I don't know what cards are left in our decks here. I don't know really where we're at. Getting a blue 100 wins. Okay. So this is for 1. We clear a Spectral Shield. This is going to be for 2. And then I assume Zach's going to Arsenal the Tiger. Blake will probably give a card here just to keep his board kind of clean. I would assume he would rather have the Spectral Shield block for later. A Favor Scene. Okay. Favor Scene looking pretty good here. Favor Scene trying to clear up this board a little bit, or trying to save the board a little bit here. This Phantom Tide Maw with 9 counters is kind of bonkers, guys. Kind of insane, to be honest. Like, this is nuts. The feel like the Phantom Tide Maw like can really get out of hand against a deck like Zen, where you don't have that many poppers, like you don't really have anything crazy. I mean, Reality Refractor makes this base power 5, so this would be attacking for 14. Now it would have Phantasm, so if Zach draws a Command and Conquer, we could be in a spot where, you know, Zach could get back into the game here. Could really get back into the game. I'm curious to see how this one plays out the rest of the way. Trying to push my chair up a little bit here. Manifestations of Mirror Guy. Okay. And then 14 coming at you. Nope, just kidding. Decided not to. Okay, so I don't really know what we're undoing here. Okay, 14 with Phantasm. Zach has a Command and Conquer, can really put something together here. Well, let me rephrase. He can try to put something together. At this point, I don't know how many cards are left in his deck. Like, I don't know what value cards he has. Let's look. A few cards have come out of the deck. Blocking 12 here. Yeah, so no poppers. I don't know that there's even any poppers in the list, to be honest, in his end list. But blocking 12 had a hand that actually doesn't block that poorly, but just wasn't really able to pull anything together there. So looks like our only Zen in the tournament is actually going to be 0-2 today, which is really interesting. How is Enigma at 20 against Zen? That is an excellent question. That is an excellent question, honestly. Let's see if we can catch him and ask him.
You go first or second and be able to switchboard those two weapons. That would be like super nice.
I do.
So,
It depends on which.
Guys, sorry, I know you guys were talking, but tell me about this match, because I'm going to be honest. Looking at Zen and looking at Enigma and seeing 20-0 is not something I was expecting to walk into. So, like, can you let's talk about this game? Like, somebody walk me through like how this started, what happened, how did we get where we are?
Okay, so your first turn, you did 4 damage to me with your first attack, right?
Yes.
So I went down to 16.
Okay.
He then you did 2 more with the Katara, right?
Yeah, basically had a normal first turn, left
Okay.
with an action point on offense. Went into his turn. He laid down a Tide Maw. I think he had like maybe 6 spectral shields, one with the +1 counter.
Okay.
And cleaning up board. Tide Maw got really big. Attacked with, what was the first thing you attacked with? And then flipped his boots to get the go again. And
Was it Phantasmaclasm?
Yeah, Phantasmaclasm.
And then did Tide Maw after that?
Get go again.
Jeez.
With the ability, and then hit Phantom Tide Maw was for 13.
Okay.
After that, and then
I mean, I saw that Tide Maw had 9 counters on it. Like, and,
Yeah, I
and
mean,
I was
that was-
talking like, I don't even know if you run poppers in your list, do you?
no, not really.
I didn't think so. I was like, because I
You
assume the
can
game
get up
plan
to
against this
popper
deck
level,
is
though,
to
with Art of
get,
War.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
mean,
you can Art of War it.
sure,
But-
but I assume the game plan here is to get just get out ahead, like to try and
Yeah.
just be playing offense and keeping their board clear here. I assume is the game plan.
Yeah, he got a lot of spectral shields out with the Tide Maw on his first turn. So
Okay.
On his first turn, did I double transcend?
yeah,
Okay, yeah. So basically, just doing broken Enigma things early, and just, I mean, yeah. I have to say, I was not expecting to see like double-digit life total Enigma like when I joined in. But I mean,
Yeah,
it's the Enigma New Moon deck is pretty cool. So,
yeah, the flip of the boots to give that whatever go again.
This weapon really helps the matchup.
I mean, that's fair. I believe that. Do you have the bell or whatever it's
I do.
Cosmo for other matchups? I assume.
I do. You use the bell for the more grindier matchups like Guardian.
Okay, that makes sense. No, that makes a lot of sense. Well, cool.
So
well, guys, thanks for taking a minute to chat about the game. I just kind of wanted to hear your all's thoughts on what happened there. I appreciate it, and good luck in the rest of the tournament, boys.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
All right, so that is our last match that we have going for round number 2. We're gonna take a short break. We're done with the long breaks. We have the long breaks at the beginning of the tournament because we got to get everything set up. We get that metagame breakdown. We get everything going for you guys. Now we're gonna take a break. We're gonna get round 3 paired, and when we come back, round 3. I know that was redundant, but I'll be right back. We got a short break. We're back. Round 3 coming at you. We have Dory versus the OTK Riptide again. I'm gonna be honest, the OTK Riptide deck is just too cool. I just needed to I don't know, the deck's just too cool. The deck is just too cool. The deck is too fun. Rick said you want a commentary partner for the round? Miss Aggro, oh my gosh. Hey, yeah, let's do it. Hang on, I'll throw you in here real quick. Can you hear me, Brick?
Yeah.
Let's do it, man. I was like, I can't get your camera going because I don't have it set up, but let's do it.
Where's the spectate?
Oh,
link?
Let me grab that link for you real quick. God, I say that we're gonna blink and this is gonna be over.
What? Hurry up.
Yeah, I know. I'm like going as fast as I can.
He's attacking with the axe. That was like 30 seconds ago.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. I threw it in there for you, so you've got it. You've got that link now. Should be in the broadcasting channel.
I'm pretty sure it's locked, so I can't see the broadcasting channel.
Oh, hang on. I just sent it to you
There we go.
personally.
Oh my god, can you sign it?
Dude, get out of here.
Wait. What the heck? I've been fooled. This isn't nourishing emptiness.
What?
That's infecting shot.
That is
Wait.
infecting shot. Let's go. Okay, round 3, Riptide. Okay, so Riptide's looking to play a slower game here. I was like, so Adeline had told me that they were going to bring in some of these like remembrance style cards and some of these slower cards into matchups that are a little bit more grindy. Also, notably not playing Trench this round. Oh, it is the Rain Razors though. Rain Razors over the top. Zakar, this is the same Riptide from earlier. This is the same Riptide from earlier. Hey, and Lunatic, dude, I completely get it, brother. Like, dude, go help your dad. No, I'm not upset or bothered at all, man. I completely understand, brother. This is the same OTK Riptide from earlier, but it looks like we have like Dreadbore and we're running Trench now. So we're clearly looking to play a slower game. And also I'm surprised that Annabelle's playing Hatchet Dory as opposed to Dawnblade Dory. What do you think about that, Brooke?
Hatchet seems... Maybe it's just a matchup dependent, actually.
It could be. She could have both of them.
She could have both. Does look more like they're focused on Hatchet, which mid-range Blitz.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Yeah, bold. Mid-range Blitz is bold. But Annabelle is 2-0. So, I mean, there's something to be said for this.
That's fair. I'm 0-2. I don't know why I use decks there.
No, sir. You're 1-2. You're 1-2. Oh.
That was
Alright.
a hard-fought battle.
So Annabelle falls down to 16, leading on Riptide. Or, I'm sorry, leading on Rain Razors here. And then using Dreadbore. I wonder how many defense reactions Dory is running. Because...
Ooh, can't use any defense reactions.
Oh, man, that's crazy. For 11? So, what are we thinking? 3 cards from hand and Grains here? Or is it... Okay. So we are
It
giving
might
some
not matter.
cards.
Like, the unhit might not matter at all.
I mean, it's true. The inertia is what I would think is matters here. The
Just
loss...
play 'em.
The loss of life is, like, not super relevant. But... Man, that's a lot of equipment.
Locking with everything.
That is a lot of equipment. Are we crowning? We do not crown. So no crown effect here. We have 2 cards and 1 in arsenal. Spoils of War into Hatchet of Body. Pitching a yellow, notably.
They are hitting the spacebar way too fast for me to think. Oh!
Oh, man.
Get rid of that armor!
Dude. Boulder Trap. Getting them. Let's go. Deal of damage, and we get a counter here. What are we looking at? Oh, Dynamo. Oh, there's so much value in that, actually.
Yeah.
That's insanely
that's an
good.
Excellent choice of.
I was sitting here
-1.
debating Grains or Bracers, and like Dynamo just so smart. Because you've turned off Dynamo for at least 2 turns.
Yeah, 2 turns, no Dynamo.
It's a big swing. That could be huge.
He has to be throwing something back if he's choosing Dynamo.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, it looks like Adeline's going down to 9.
That's a bold move, Cotton.
Yeah, go down to 9 with like the deck full of reactions. I mean, I guess you are the deck full of reactions as well at Riptide. No, just kidding. Spike Pit Trap. The attacking hero. So there's no reactions. That card just says block 3. So there's no real value there.
Most Riptide card just says block 3.
I mean, that's fair. Okay, Seek and Destroy into a Codex. Codex looking to be really good because of that Frailty. And we're getting a Pathing Helix. I'm going to assume that was the best thing that they could get right there. Yeah, there wasn't a Searing Shot or an Endless Arrow or anything, so Pathing Helix. I assume they would rather have throw Pathing Helix here over the Intoxicating Shot. Okay, so there are Sink Belows in the deck.
So that had to be played from Arsenal.
Yep.
That's why they didn't sync their Arsenal. Unless I missed it that they
well,
saved their Arsenal. Last
she
turn.
played the Spoils of War last turn. So
yeah.
I was like, Annabelle did play the Spoils, so it looks like that was one of the cards in. That was the last card in hand there. Man, I know that like hit and run is in the deck because you use it to be able to give go again. But man, like I always want to be able to throw a second. Like I always want to be able to play hit and run after I've thrown a hatchet already. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy? How are you? Ben said, go Riptide. I think everybody's pulling for the OTK Riptide deck today.
Riptide.
Exactly. That's the energy we're talking about, man.
Notably, this Frailty is giving 2 points of value.
I mean, yeah, so Codex ended up being what? We got a Ponder for 3 points. The Pathing Helix was worth 4. So the Codex of Frailty was a 0 for 9. Bananas.
Yeah.
Codex of Frailty is like one of the most broken cards. Like, it's insane. Ooh, blocking with the other Codex of Frailty here. Interesting.
All right. Least amount of value you could ever get out of the Codex of Frailty.
Blocking with it. That's right. Okay, Premeditate. Lace with Blood Rot. We do choose to reload off of the Riptide effect. Bolton Shot for 8. Now, admittedly, the blue Bolton Shot does feel a little underwhelming here, but still, we're throwing 8. We're throwing 8 with a relevant on-hit effect here. It's Ponder, Pox, and Reload. Now,
So I imagine he's going to use Bullseyes this turn.
Probably.
Maybe.
There could be a chance that this is a Bullseye's turn. Now, if Adeline's still running the OTK part of the combo, then I could definitely see a world where they wait and keep the Bullseye Bracers for the Endless Arrow turn where they're trying to, like, you know, throw Endless Arrow 3 or 4 times.
I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know what the OTK is, but don't tell me.
Brother, you missed it. Round 2. It was amazing. All right, so feels like we definitely have to have a Blade Runner here. No.
Nope.
It's just swing and pass. All right. Adeline leads
Tourney
on Trench. What'd you say?
I don't know when Dynamos came back up, but
Last turn.
come back up. Last turn.
Yeah, able to block with it now. Lace with Blood Rot. And then we're going to pitch our last card to throw Sleep Dart for 9. No, we're reloading? What?
Setting up that second Arsenal finally. New Horizons finally getting that value.
Okay. Bolton Shot for 5. On hit Pox token. There is no on hit anything else. It is worth noting for anybody who hasn't seen New Horizon in a minute, even if you do have another arrow in your arsenal, you cannot reload. Reload specifically says if you have nothing in your arsenal. Also, it doesn't really matter because there's no cards in hand here, but just pointing that out because New Horizon hasn't seen a lot of play since Lexi left the format.
I'm glad you explained that because I almost said something very dumb.
I appreciate the honesty, brother. Oh, it's amazing. All right, Annabelle trying to figure out how to block here. Now, it's worth noting that Annabelle is winning the card advantage battle right now. Annabelle has access to 25 cards if you count the 4 in her hand, and Adeline only has access to 19. Because you cannot trench away a face-up card, so it's a pretty interesting battle back and forth here. Okay. Annabelle decides to fall to 11 and take the Pox token. Uh-oh, here we go. Spill Blood. That's a reason to take some damage here. Spill Blood is a heck of a card. Blade Runner. Uh-oh. Shift the tide of battle looking real good.
Oh.
Do we have any defense react? And a Blade Flurry. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
My.
Adeline, just try to hang on this turn. That's all you can do.
The dominate might not matter if their hand looks correct.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Ooh.
No drawing cards here. Collapsing Trap, absolutely insane.
I discarded in swing.
Oh my gosh. So we make an agility token, and then there's only one more hatchet coming here.
Is for 7. You can't take it all. I mean, you can, but
Yeah.
you really shouldn't.
I was like, I wouldn't. Man, all right. So giving perch here. So when the turn's over, it's going to be Annabelle 8, Adeline at 6. Battering Bolt looking really good. Battering Bolt, one of the most underutilized cards in the game, in my opinion, at the current moment for all Rangers.
I use this card a lot, and I see a lot of success with it.
Yeah, it's a great card. Blocking Dynamo. So we have 2 swings coming here. Okay, blocking Spill Blood, which is an action.
Slap Happy. Does that create a vigor?
It
Yeah.
does. So Vigor and an Agility here. So coming in for 2 go again.
That is a free hatchet swing.
You love to see it. I mean, if you're the Dory player, you love to see it. All our Riptide fans at home are just like saying, hang on. Just hang on. Although I have to say the 2 Remembrance are not going to get Adeline back into the game. Oh, and we're seeing the value of hit and run on the second hatchet.
Oy vey.
And if this hits, we get to go Bullseye Bracers into another one, into another swing. Or we could use the Grains here, whatever we're looking at. Uh-oh. Boulder Trap?
Trap.
Okay, we're going to put
Get rid of
another...
those dynamos.
Yeah, put another counter on those dynamos. You like to see it? You like to see it?
Ah, this is going way better than my past 2 games.
You guys are getting the raw truth from Brick right now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Adeline just takes the hatchet.
Takes.
Really falls
6.
down to 3. So they end up taking 3. They fall down to 3. And then oh my gosh, make a Vigor token and swing hatchet again for 3. So I think a small miscalculation by Adeline there, because if Adeline gives the same 2 cards last turn, then she gets to stay at 6.
And they don't want to swing that sleep dart. They want to keep that second arsenal.
I was like, they're doing everything they can to try and hang on to this. Now, we have to say, this is the part of the game that's terrifying. Adeline's down to 3 against Dorinthia. Like, we're talking about the OG queen of you're at 3, right? Like, give an Endless Arrow. Okay, Blade Runner gives go again. Oh, also notable, Annabelle running last-ditch efforts in the deck. How interesting.
Actually, that's normal in mid-range.
Even in Blitz?
I don't know about Blitz. I don't pay attention to Blitz.
Fair enough. Okay, so Buzzsaw Trap puts Annabelle down to 6. And then they can't gain power, and then we're passing here. Okay, so here we go. It's 6-3. Adeline has a chance to try and put something together. Okay, Remorseless denies any defense reactions, and this is for 6. Now, hear me out.
Stop instance.
Hear me out.
I'm here.
Razor Reflex from the hand right here.
That would be a spicy meatball.
Like, how crazy are we willing to get today?
It's Blitz. Anything can happen.
That's the truth, though, right? Like, Blitz is the Wild West.
Take it on the chin. So
Okay.
Dorian gets a go again on the axe.
Yep. Like, every time it feels like Adeline starts to pull this game back a little bit, it really just seems like Annabelle has the answer. All right, so Hatchet for 2. Pitching the cash in. I think cash in says 6 copper No, 4 copper. So we're 1 off of playing the cash in for free here from copper. Hit and run. And now this Hatchet's coming in for 5. Yeah, so 5 go again. I assume we're giving 2 cards here. I would think that that's the best play to do. Because if you give this up, it was like if you let this hit, there's another Hatchet coming. Okay, in the swing. No reactions, and that's it. That's the game. Oh, man.
Oh!
Oh no, you couldn't reload it. What card was reloaded? So Adeline reloaded the Endless Arrow. It's worth noting that if Adeline reloads the trap, she's actually able to just like play the trap there. Now, granted, I understand that there's a lot of like things that could happen poorly, but even if you reload the trap and nothing, if there's not an in the swing there, you can always trench it away and throw the sleep dart and are still the Endless Arrow. So that's was an interesting game there. Like we saw a lot of really interesting games.
Very back and forth.
Yeah, more back and forth than I was expecting, honestly. I did not think, I can say this in all honesty, I did not think we were going to see a mid-range showdown today. That is
wild.
Not something I had on my bingo card. Let's see if we can catch them for an interview real quick. All right. So, Adeline, Annabelle, tell us about that game. Like, let's talk about that game.
That was mistake after mistake.
So, the first real, like, you know, from my point of view, the first thing that I could really point out, like, that I noticed is, like, a pretty, like, true mistake was when you didn't block the hatchet for 6. And it gave Annabelle the ability to throw the hatchet again. You know, you ended up blocking with the same cards and cost you 3 life. Was that just like a small mental misstep there, since you probably weren't expecting mid-range hatchet Dory in Blitz today? But
there were a lot of mental missteps that game, and most of them were just I wasn't counting, like, at all. I was completely out of the zone and just I was not paying attention to the numbers. I miscounted my pitch multiple times. I miscounted damage that was coming in. It was just like a complete failure to stay in the zone.
I mean, listen, I you know, as someone who plays a lot of competitive, you know, Flesh and Blood, like, it's understandable. We've all been there. You have those moments where you just kind of mentally check out, and like you're just not, I don't know, like you're just kind of checked out. It's unfortunate, but it does happen. Annabelle, so tell me what was going through your head there, you know, throughout the course of that game, because I have to admit, when you said Dory, I immediately assumed Dawnblade. And hatchets never crossed my mind. So walk me through your thought process that game, and also walk me through why hatchets today.
Honestly, this matchup should be quite. It's more difficult depending on the number of traps we run, because I obviously trigger every single trap Riptide plays.
Okay.
So the more traps there are on, the worse it is for me. This did seem like a bit of a trap light list. There was only boulder traps, the blues, and then these pitfalls.
Yep.
So I got a bit lucky with there. And I, in terms of just the game plan, I was just trying to be as efficient, block out, and send consistent numbers. And I like, my plan wasn't actually to try and win by damage that game. It was to win by fatigue, and you saw I was doing that. They were at 5 cards.
That was something that we talked about multiple times through the game. Is that every time we went through it, it was like, you know, there's the 2 Remembrance in the deck for Adeline, but it felt like, you know, those 4 extra cards probably weren't going to be the difference maker.
There was the 2 Remembrance and the Quiver.
Okay, yeah, so you had access to, let's see,
Nice.
quiver.
It's 7 additional cards.
Yeah, so 7 extra
Not
cards
shown.
there. So
Yeah, but even with those 7 cards, I'm going to be I take more cards than you take from me just because I'm pitching to weapons.
yeah, so that's one of the
fatigue I would have got there.
like it feels like, as far as like, you know, you said you were looking to like, you know, play a mid-range game and block efficiently, and it's like, you know, over the last like 6 months, like there are a few decks in the game that do that better than Hatchet Dory. Hatchet Dory has always been like, you know, use Dynamo every turn, get insane value, like, and just, you know, throw hatchets over and over and over again.
And the reason I brought Hatchet Dory is because Lexi really suffers from the lack of life in Blitz. She can't afford to take a bunch of damage, so that was off the table. New has a bunch of non-blocks, and again, like there's those turns where you have to take damage, and like it can't be capitalized on as well. And then other decks I tried, it just wasn't having as much fun, so I just went back to old classic and having a blast cutting people up.
I mean, it you know, at 3-0, it appears to be working.
Yeah, I just need to dodge Enigma now.
I'm curious to see if our Enigma New Moon player is also 3-0. The one last question I have for you is cash-in. Are we playing? I didn't see any gold generation in that game. It looked like it was just for copper use. Is there any gold generation, or are we strictly looking at coppers with cash-in?
So it's strictly coppers, but like Spoils of War, like a lot of Dory lists were playing Sharpened Steel.
Okay.
Which Outland Skirmish is just a better Sharpened Steel.
Okay.
And Spoils of War gives you copper, and I had no use for it, so I just thought the one-off cash-in would be pretty good.
No, I mean, it makes sense. It looked pretty good. I was like, it was a little spicy the first time I saw it, but over the course of the game, we saw more copper, and it seemed to really make sense as we continued to look at it.
And yeah, if not, it's a yellow pitch, which with vigors and stuff, it doesn't make that much of a difference. So.
Sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. Well, guys, thanks for the great game. I really enjoyed watching it. Brick, thanks for the commentary, man. I appreciate you jumping in and being willing to do that with me. Definitely made it a lot more interesting. And good luck to everybody in the rest of the rounds here.
Love you.
Brick's always saying he loves me. He's always got to get it in there.
Send your heart stagger now.
That's right. Oh, man. All right. Well, guys, we're going to take a small break here. We're going to get round 4 set up. And when we come back, round 4, again, more redundancy, but it's what I got today, guys. It's what I got today. We'll be right back.
Am I reverbing or anything?
No, you're good, brother. All right, guys, let's get it. It's time for round number 4. We got Blaze versus Victor. I'm hoping for a good one. We also have Zach commentating with us this round. So, Zach,
Everybody.
welcome.
How's it been going on the top tables? I wouldn't know anything about those numbers. I like more high numbers myself.
Oh man, I like it. I like it, dude. All right, so this is our table 1. This is table 1, round 3, or I'm sorry, round 4. Both of our players are 3-0, so they're locked for top 8 at this point. At least, God, I would think so.
Yeah, I would think so as well.
Hey, Anoth, what's up, man? Thanks for coming by and saying hi. Riptide been doing really well in our local armory lately. Oh, Thor, that's awesome, brother. Hey, Jesse, what's up, man?
Blaze super interesting.
Dude, Blaze is
It's
so
very
cool.
good.
Blaze is so cool, bro.
Whether everyone can get a hold of the hero card or not to play for this skirmish season.
I mean, that's going to be the biggest challenge, right? For Blaze is like, can you get the hero card? Which is, it's kind of sad that that's the biggest hurdle. But I don't know. You know, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, maybe they secretly don't want her to be in the Blitz meta until after the Rosetta.
I mean, I could see something like that. Okay, so Trent makes a Seismic Surge and passes, and Sergey plays the Cindering Foresight on Trent's turn, opts a couple, and then now we got an Ether Quickening and a Kindle here. So Ether Quickening for 5. Oh boy, Trent starting out with a rip-roaring start here. We got an Oasis Respite to start this one off.
That feels good.
Sheesh.
That
All
feels
right.
real good.
I mean, man, can't get a much better start from the Victor side, right?
No, I don't. That having lined up with that perfect. That's for sure.
Okay, and then Trent's not going to swing the hammer. He's going to make a surge and pass. Honestly,
floating.
Honestly, I respect the ability to, like, I respect that he's respecting Blaze.
Yeah, you have to.
It makes sense. And it is interesting, you know, not to give away too much here, but Trent is on Respites and Steadfast. And he was telling me that it felt unbelievable. So there could be a real chance here that, like, Trent came super prepared for this matchup here.
I can see why. And also it seems, at least just from what equipment he's running here, that is a game. It seems to be his game plan. He can make a surge, keep 2 floating for his AB2 he's got.
Yeah.
That way he can just do that off of 1 blue. It's like a hammer, but
not. Yeah. Okay, so we play Visit Gold Main Estate, only 2 gold, so no might tokens, and then we have a Disable for 9. Okay. Just borrow the winning card from the local players so they can play it. It's the Cold Foil Blaze too. I mean, listen, no shame in borrowing cards, no shame.
No, not at all.
Disable for 9's a pretty good play, but Trent is already down to 12. Trent's down to 12, and Sergey has all of his equipment. Which means that, like, we have, like, Talismanic Lens is still available. And I love Talismanic Lens because it's just a free 2 counters on Blaze to be able to get value out of.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of equipment for Blaze. This is a big number right here, though, representing Pummel as well.
Yeah. I mean, if it's another blue, you're representing Pummel and AB2. Which, you know, from a resource perspective, could not work out any better, I don't think. Like, that's just all, like, almost perfect here. Go, Victor. I believe in you. Dude, I would love to see Victor win this.
There's a high chance that Victor will be majority of the top 8, I feel like.
Yeah, with 6 Victors in the metagame today out of our 17 players, I mean, would be crazy if that wasn't the case.
That's good here.
Okay, so Cindering Foresight at yellow is +1. All right, now they're all +1, but it's, yeah, so this is going to be Sonic Boom for 4. Trent does pitch the blue. And then there's an Emeritus scolding off the top. Shoo!
If he has a really good... man, if he has another one of those in his arsenal, this could be it.
It could be game over right here.
I mean, he could have a 1 for 5, and this could be the game.
Jesus.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
Lord.
3 turns, and Blaze dealt 18 damage off the back of having the Emeritus scolding off the top.
Double Emeritus, and that was like not that turn, but the Victor saw a Oasis earlier that game, and man,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, and Trent had the pummel there. So if he wasn't dead, there was a lot of value coming from Trent. Let's see if we can catch up with them real quick. See if we can grab them because that was so guys,
Yeah.
I mean,
what a game.
yeah. Blaze just doing Blaze stuff. That was crazy.
Yeah, Blade does some aggro plays, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, dude, I mean, did you know that the Scolding was on top of the deck?
Yes, I opted 2.
Yeah,
So you went Sonic Boom on top into...
Yeah, I opted 2 just before, like with my Cindering just this
Wow.
turn. That's why I was thinking how to order my stuff, because I also have a direct. So I was thinking, do I play first direct, or do I just opt and then see? Of course, if I see it on top, I just grant it lethal, unless there is a second choices.
Man, that was just crazy because Trent had the 2 resources to like AB2 there and then still play his pummel. Because did you have the pummel there, Trent?
Yeah, I was in the arsenal.
Okay, so that's what I thought. Like it was playing out like you had it. That was, man. Like as a Victor player, I'm just like, dang, you hate to see it.
I had too many reds. Like I saw too many reds too early where I just was like, I can't really prevent damage here. Or like if I do, I just do nothing. Which sucked.
Your hand was like 3 reds, right? On the second turn of the game. You had Respite, Spinal Crush, another red, and then the blue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was tough. It
was real tough.
It was an awkward start. But man, Blaze just like went ham. Like you opted twice on turn 0 with the Cindering Foresight, opted twice again with the Whisper, and then you opted twice to end the game. Sonic Boom into Emeritus Scolding. Just
jeez.
Absolutely crazy there.
Yeah, but that was the Cairo, right? So if I do it turn 0, if I can opt and don't take damage, like what happens this game, I'm like very much ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was like, we've really got to see the raw power of Blaze there. I mean, and the crazy part, you still had Cloak for Waning Moon that turn.
Yeah.
Like you had 3 more that you could throw, even if there was a respite there. So it feels like even if it was the respite, it wouldn't have mattered.
I mean, that's
yeah. So if the game continues, right? So yeah, if there is a respite, like there's a big boosting damage, like but because of Blaze ability, even without Striders, I can still play because I had enough still counters. So next turn I could also opponent's next turn, I could also maybe try to kill him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was a game. I was like, I would get your all's thoughts, but like, I mean, if you guys have any thoughts, I'd love to hear them. But like, it feels like the cards just kind of fell where they did.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually never played Blaze before today. I played like 3 games before the tournament.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. She's been
wow.
busted.
Yeah,
well,
she's wild.
I was like, Sergey, you were making it look easy, my man. Make it look like you've been playing Blaze for months, brother.
But I mean, I'm a Wizard player, so just didn't play Blitz for last half a year or so.
Oh, that's fair. Well, guys, thanks for the game. I appreciate it, and good luck in the rest of the rounds.
Yep.
Thank
you.
Man.
Yeah, that was something else.
I was trying to think of what the reach was. So that's 15 arcane. And so if you even if you have double Oasis and I mean, you're talking
that turn, he actually just dies even if he has the respite.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, you'd have to
so with the Waning Moon, if you respite the first Emeritus Scolding, because you obviously do it the first one, you're never waiting for the second one there.
Yeah.
So he ended up being exactly 0, which means before the Emeritus Scolding, he was at 10. So if he goes AB1 and respite that, he stays at 10, basically, because he takes 1 but gains a life.
Yeah.
And then from there, it's Emeritus Scolding to put him to 4, and then the Waning Moon puts him to 1. So
yeah, you're just dead the next time it's your turn.
I was like, so Sergey doesn't actually win the game that turn, but like anything over like 3 from that point is just like game.
Wow.
I don't know.
That's some reach right there.
That was crazy.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and it's crazy because like they've banned Wildfire, and we're still seeing this nonsense. or suspended, I guess. Whatever they did with it, but like still, it's just absolutely crazy.
Dude, if LSS bans Storm Striders again, I think people will just lose their mind.
Yeah, people will absolutely go crazy. Like, and I can't blame them. Yeah, that was nuts. But Blitz isn't regulated. Who cares, right?
Except for Crown of Seeds.
I mean, yeah. Dude, I'm just saying there better be a lot of good blue 3-block cards, Earth cards in this next set for Terra, or not. Like, we're done ski here.
Yeah, he needs something for sure. He's not quite there.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to take a small break. That round went so fast, I think we can find a backup match. So we're going to try and find one, and we'll be back in just a minute with some more action for you.
Talishar Tourney.
All right, backup match coming at you guys. We got Victor versus Victor for round 4 here. I sent it to you to DM, Zach.
Okay.
And both of our players, our 1 and 2 right now, is our backup match that we found here. So we're going to get those records updated for you guys. And we have a 4-0 Blaze today, which is interesting. There's a 4-0 Blaze, and the only reason I think the other one's 2-1 is because they played the Wizard Mirror earlier. I think Blaze could be very broken.
Interesting. I would be interested. I've never seen that mirror. I'd say that's I wonder if it's any better than the Kano mirror.
I mean, I'd like to see it played out, you know? It could be fun.
Absolutely.
All right, so looking at our game here, it looks... Uh-oh. Looks like this could be over just as soon as we started talking about the game here. 11 overpower. Yep, 11 overpower. Josh definitely could have lived there. Just looking at that. So if we're looking at this game here, Josh could have blocked with the Trounce, probably the Command and Conquer, and then 8, 10, 11. Would have given the Quicken token, but could have got a lot of value there. A lot of potential to actually get into a decent spot with the Trounce there.
Well, he may have just saw the writing on the walls.
It's very possible. I mean, even if the game is 13-2 and you're still playing, you're still really far behind, right? So probably not too much that you can get put together right there at the end of that game.
Lose all tempo, and you're given a quicken, so they're going to be able to hammer and attack, or attack and whatever.
And when you're at 2, that's kind of the death sentence there. It's also interesting because I'm curious to see how many victors there are in top 8, because there's 17 players today and there were 6 victors played today. So
Who is all on Victor? The tables should be pretty close, correct?
Yeah, all of the tables are pretty close. So we have a 2-2 Victor now. Looking at our standings this round, we had a table 1 Victor, we had a table 3 Victor, a table 4 Victor, I believe. A table I think we had a Victor at every table except 2 all the way down to 6.
So that's a pretty good amount.
I mean, it's a pretty decent amount of Victors. Like we could see like multiple in the top 8 here. Like we could very easily see like 3 or 4 in the top 8.
I think as long as they stay out of Blaze way.
It's looking like it's a Blaze tournament today. That's what it's looking like.
A lot of arcane damage. Not a lot of heroes can deal with that.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough to deal with for sure. For sure. All right. Well, the games have been going so fast. I'm going to see if we can find a third game here, guys. We might be able to find another backup match. If not, when we come back, we're going to have round 5 action for you. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Okay, guys, we're back. We have a third round coming at you guys. We have a third match coming at you in round 4 here that we got going on. We have Riptide versus Victor. Now, if I'm understanding correctly, I think both of our players are 2-1 right now. I think both of them are 2-1 at the current moment. So we're going to go ahead and get those set up here. So this could be, we could be playing for a lock into top 8 right here. Playing this one out.
I already like Crown of Dominion.
Yeah, I think Crown of Dominion's good. It's a great card.
It pretty much ensures, especially in Blitz, that even if you draw turn 0, visit the stables.
Oh yeah, cast homes?
Yeah.
You still just get to do crazy things?
Yep.
All right, so it's interesting because I don't see Dreadbore getting a lot of value in this against Victor. Because a lot of people aren't playing defense reactions in Victor. at least in my experience. So I'm curious to know about Dreadbore here. I would think that Death Dealer might just be a better card.
Yeah, I think it may be the only Bo ran in this Riptide build.
So he's playing Death Dealer in his list. In round 2, I saw it, and he was playing it.
Yeah, I think that's probably the better choice. But also, he may have some spice.
You never know. I mean, he was playing OTK Riptide round 2. So, like, it's just, the deck's crazy. I see that both of our players are running Remembrance, which is really interesting to me. Both of them are on 2 Remembrance. And right here, we're also sitting in a spot where Titan's Fist is doing what it does best.
Absolutely.
When you get to this spot in the game, Titan's Fist demands 2 cards, which is just insane. Like, you can literally just block with 3 cards on the Searing Shot right here, and then you can swing the hammer and get 2 cards out of your opponent's hand. And you're just going to continue to win the card advantage battle.
That's a good. That feels good. I'm sure as the Riptide player to see that get blocked with.
Absolutely. Blocking with Pummel always feels bad. I hate it. Okay.
Well, this is a big. Well, unless he has a Golden Sun or something. Well, he doesn't have gold, so.
Yeah, there's no gold here, so Christopher falling down to 5 and taking the Pox token to throw a blue choke slam.
Going to 2 or 3.
He's going to 3, and I have to admit, I'm not a fan of this play. I think that giving the blue choke slam right there to block, you're saving yourself 3 life from the Searing Shot and 2 life from the Pox token, so you're blocking 3 to block 5. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I might have said that too soon. Okay, just kidding. We have a trap here. So we do have something. Titan's Fist would have only have taken 2 cards out of his hand, and I guess since we had a lot of 2 blocks, we are taking 3 cards from his hand here from the Riptide. So it looks like Christopher making the right decisions here.
He's also, I'm sure, thinking about playing around Titan's Fist, triggering the traps.
Yeah, that's also very true. That is a very relevant thing that can happen. So, I mean, and we just throw Titan's Fist here. Have we seen the other Pummel? We have not.
Ooh.
There's one more Pummel left in the deck, and you have to believe he has it here, right? Like, you have to believe it's here.
Yeah. No way he plays with that many cards in hand. Double Pummel? No, we just saw the other.
I was like, no, we just saw the other one. That would be wild, though. Could you imagine beating a Riptide of double Pummel? That would be crazy. Spike. Oh, man. This could do it. This could win the game. Puts him to 1. We're now in a world where if Adeline has any traps left, it could end the game.
So I was looking through the graveyard a second ago trying to count to see what was in here. There's at least 1 pitfall trap. No, there's 2 in the graveyard.
Now, Adeline did tell me earlier during one of their matches that they only are playing 7 traps. Oh my gosh, and they tie? Clash of Might on top of the deck, they tie. Are there any boulder traps left? No, both the boulder traps are gone.
Boulder traps are in the graveyard.
So it looks like Christopher may be out of the water yet, but we're seeing the value, like where he made the play of waiting, like of throwing the choke slam and falling down to 3, almost cost him the game.
It did. Notable though, if he would have, if Victor would have Titan's Fist there, they had a boulder trap, so it would have been a life there as well. So it would have been. It was almost similar of a play. Maybe would have 1 more life.
So the boulder trap would have. So Christopher was able to close it out there that we see. But so let's see here. That makes Christopher 3-1. If I'm looking at the right ones here. Oh, I did that backwards. Whoops. So let's see. That makes Adeline 2-2, and that makes Christopher 3-1. So if on the turn where the Searing Shot came in for 7 with the relevant on-hit effects, if Christopher would have blocked with a choke slam, he stays at 6 instead of falling down to 3 Or I'm sorry, he stays at 8 because he took 5 damage from that.
Yes.
So the boulder trap puts him to 1, or I'm sorry, it puts him to 7. Which, I mean, I think in the game where you're winning on card deck, when you're winning on like deck size and you're also winning on life, I think that's the correct play there.
Yeah, you still end up taking the damage, so you're probably up. What, you're up 3 life then?
Yeah, so he would have been at 8. The boulder trap would have put him to 7, and it would have been 7 to 1, and he still would have forced 2 cards out of Adeline's hand.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Interesting. I'd be curious to hear his thoughts about that.
I'm interested about the Dreadboard Death Dealer decision as well.
Yeah, that as well. It's yeah. I mean, I guess like when you're looking at it into Victor very generally plays defense reactions of some variety. So I mean, I guess like it makes sense if that's what you're thinking, but I think the Death Dealer might have just been better since you're playing Blitz specifically.
Yeah. Victor also had boots to block with too, so
yeah, Victor still had one point on the Civic Steps there. So interesting game. Couple of interesting decisions there we saw at the end of the game, but Christopher ends up winning on Victor. A lot closer than I thought it was going to be, but fatigue just the enemy of all of us, right? I mean,
that's how it is.
Just be like that sometimes. All right, well, guys, that's going to conclude round number 4. We're going to take a break here. We're going to get round 5 action set up. We'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, we got a break. We're back. The last round of Swiss coming at you guys. Let's get it on. We got round 5 coming at you. This is a winning in. Brad playing Briar up at the top is 2-2, and Taylor at the bottom is 3-1. Playing Victor. So there is a whole backstory here. Taylor has changed his name, if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, to AgroBlaze69. He's also changed it to that in the Discord, and he's been trolling me for the last, 15 minutes with this nonsense. So I've been listening to AgroBlaze69 all day. So, yeah, that's where we're at right now. That's what's going on with everybody. Okay, so Brad chooses to make a rune chant and then attack because Taylor did not bring in AB, which is interesting. It's a bold move, Cotton. Bold move, Cotton, not bringing in Arcane Barrier against the Briar deck. I probably would have brought in over the Civic Steps. I'm also intrigued that Taylor is running Crown of Dominion, trying to play a more aggressive game, it seems like here, which is interesting. Yeah, Mello, he definitely got me, bro. It's interesting. He doesn't make a surge and throws Debilitate, really representing the pummel here. I'm curious to see how Brad plays around this, or maybe Brad doesn't care about this. Maybe Brad's hand is just good enough that the -2 doesn't really matter, because honestly, the -2 is the Debilitate's good, but it's the least impactful crush card that we have in the deck, in my opinion. Spinal Crush, Choke Slam, all cards that are insane against Briar, but Debilitate is just kind of meh, it's fine. It's there. It's there, it's kind of hanging out. Okay, we block with a Ravenous Rabble from Brad. Sonata Arcanics and an Ether Ironweave here. And then the pummel comes through. Taylor does have the pummel. I was wondering if it was just a bluff or not, but it wasn't. So Brad falls down to 13. All right, here we go. We got 2. We have two physical because of the Debilitate and the Rune Chant. So Taylor falls down to 18. Taylor reveals a Trounce on top of the deck. And Brad has an Earthlore Surge. So technically, nobody wins right here if he lets this go. And he does let it go. I think that's a good decision from Taylor, actually. I actually really like that decision. And then Rosetta for 2 physical, no Arcane. And then Taylor's got a Thunderquake. This is probably as good as it's going to get for Brad to just go to 5 and play a big hand if he has it here. Now, one of the problems that he might run into is that Taylor has a lot of equipment. Taylor has a lot of equipment here. Force of Nature blocking. Wow, that's an awkward hand. That's a really awkward hand. I'm curious to know if, okay, Brad doesn't just pass. He does throw the Exude Confidence for 4. Which I kind of like. I think that's a good play. You're giving yourself a chance to get the Embodiment of Earth, but you do know that Taylor has the Trounce here, which I think is a better setup play for Taylor. Oh, man. Wins with the Golden Sun, too? That's just dirty. Taylor's just... He's living it up. He's having his cake and he's eating it too. And Gold Main Estate. Oh, man. Victor is doing the things right now. All right, so this is 11 overpower when Brad's at 13. No pummel incoming here. It's worth noting the Gold Main Estate, the tech plating, both use too many resources here. All right, here we go. Cash in turn for Brad. Pitch an Earth card to play. I was pitch an Earth card to play Channel Mount Heroic. Feels like you need one. Oh, and Sink Below. Interesting. Taylor's on some sauce. Oh, no. The 2 off the top from the Rabble? Ugh. That's a big sag. We do create an Embodiment of Earth here, which could give Brad a lot of room to try and get into a better spot. Man, with 5 mites, though, and Taylor being at 16 and all of his equipment, it really feels like he's just in the driver's seat of this game. Brad Arsenal. He just Arsenal pass. Command and Conquer for 11. Sheesh. Blocking. Oh my gosh. Taylor is just an animal, dude. Taylor is just gripping it and ripping it right now. He's letting it fly. It just feels like this is Victor's world and Brad's just trying to hang on here. Just trying to hang on here. Chokeslam, pitching Trounce and Test of Strength there. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, excuse me. I was like, with Brad being at 2, he's really forced into blocking with pretty much everything. And a Golden Sun with 4 mites could just end the game here. Yeah. This is just going to be 14 overpower. And I don't really know how Brad can block all of this, if it's even possible. My gosh. Just a Victor Clinic right there, guys. Like, is this game 2 in 2x? No, it's not in 2x, but it definitely felt like it was, right? That was an interesting... That was a fast round there. So Brad falls down to 2 and 3. I'm not sure if that knocks him out of contention for top 8 or not. But Taylor at 4 and 1 locks him as probably one of the top 3 seeds for the tournament going into top 8. So putting Taylor at a really good position. But that game did go very quickly. That game went by a lot faster than I thought it would. It just really felt like Brad never had a chance to get established or really get anything going, and Taylor... a lot of the clashes fell his way. Taylor was just really able to, God, woo. Taylor was able to block efficiently and just play his game with Victor there, putting Brad on the back foot there at the beginning of the game. So, horse doing horse things. We're gonna take a short break. I'm gonna find us a backup match. We'll be right back with some more action, guys. Okay, guys, short break. We're coming right back at you. Here we go. So this is round 5, but both of our players are 2 and 2 right now. So this is a very, very strong potential for a winning in right here. So we're looking at turn 2, this is turn 3, but both of our players are 2 and 2. Now, I do want to point out that Enigma New Moon, when you're spectating the game, shows these as blank, but Blake currently still has all 4 of his equipment pieces available to him. So they're all still there for him to use as he's looking through it. All right. So looking at this here, we've got Jacob up top, and Jacob's playing Arachne Solitary Confinement, which is really interesting to see. We have already, I guess, used Flick Knives to throw the Spider's Bite. I assume that we're going to be looking to use Concealed Blade to get another dagger out of our inventory over the course of the game. But without Blake really being able to, transcend or set up anything crazy, we're not really seeing a lot of his equipment yet. Double Trouble for 3, looking strong. 2 reactions here, and we could get a lot of value. That's right. Yes, sir. Arachne Solitary Confinement. You love to see it. You love to see it, honestly. I don't know that we had that on our metagame earlier. I think I might have missed that one when we were talking about it. So I'm going to... We're going to go ahead and add that because if he wins, we're going to be looking at a new top 8 hero. I don't think I have Arachne on our list. I don't have every hero on my metagame breakdown, but it's like I'm trying to get it updated for you guys. All right, so we got Arachne. It's coming in for 8. Blake has the unmovable here for 8 to cover it all up. Spike for inertia puts it to 6. And then the +2. So I'm curious to see... Oh, Shred. Shred looking real good right here. Oh my gosh, and Blake has the sink below? Shoo! This has been a heavy hitter, guys. This has been a heck of a turn we joined in on. Feels like neither player... both players just refuse to die right here. Like, it's crazy. I wonder if Blake sinks a card. I don't think it tells me as a spectator whether he actually sinks a card or not. Since we're on Talishar, we're not actually able to see everything here. But yeah, I'm going to be honest, Ewan. I'm actually really, really enjoying solitary confinement myself at the current moment. I would be curious to know if there is another. No, there's not another reaction here. Not another reaction. So it turns out that Blake is able to cover everything up, and then we have another double trouble coming in here. Now, it's worth noting that I was like, Ewan could turn this into a 5 pretty quickly here. Yep. So he's going to use the scale peeler here, and we are going to turn this into a 5 to try and get some cards off the top of the deck here. All right. Okay. I had CMH in hand, but no blue. If I drew the blue off cash in, I might win that game. So I was curious to know if you had not seeing the blue is very unfortunate, man. That's tough. So Blake's just having all the defensive capabilities that he can right here. He ends up falling down to 12 because of the flick knives. But we're looking at this. Jacob still applying all the pressure, putting all of the pressure on Blake at this point, and he's currently up a card, which is relevant. Because it's very possible that Enigma New Moon could be looking to play a more like long fatigue style game. So this is interesting. It's not gone. It's all cloaked. It hasn't been flipped over. When we're spectating, it doesn't show us any of the equipment over here, unfortunately. I wish it did, but it doesn't. Ooh, Bonds of Memory. That's an interesting one. Bonds of Memory. Banish a card from their graveyard. Okay, gotcha. Top card of their deck and then one from their graveyard. Spike with Frailty, looking real good. We'll see if Blake has another defense reaction here. Moon Chakra, looking to serve the same purpose here. So Moon Chakra basically just blocks for 3 since there's no Transcend here, which is pretty good. I mean, still, being able to cover this up is pretty solid. We will see what... We'll see what Jacob follows us up with. Codex of Frailty. Codex of Frailty is looking real good. What do we have to get over here? Do we have a 0 for 4? The card chosen is the weakest link. I like that. And Blake gets a Levels of Enlightenment. And if he has a card that doesn't block in his hand, he's probably going to discard it here, right? Like, that's probably just a play. The best thing that could happen here... Like, the best thing that could happen here for Jacob would be that Blake has 2 cards in his hand that doesn't block. Now, the odds are is that Blake's more than likely going to be able to play one of them. Okay. So Blake's gonna... They kind of hit a little undo there, and Blake is going to flash in Phantom Tidemaw. Just kidding. Blake's requesting to undo again. And he gets a Levels of Enlightenment, discards the Phantom Tidemaw here. Okay. So getting rid of his card that just gets got by this. Although he could just flash it in with the trigger on the stack, flash it in, so damage is dealt, and then flash in Phantom Tidemaw. So this is for 6. Blake flashes in the other Phantom Tidemaw, takes 5, and falls to 7. Okay. So we know that Blake has the levels of Enlightenment in his arsenal, but Jacob's up 19 to 7 right now and really applying a lot of pressure. That Codex of Frailty was really putting Blake in an awkward position with the double Phantom Tidemaw in his hand right there. It's also worth noting that Blake does still have all of his equipment. So if Blake is able to find a turn where he can transcend and make something happen, it could be pretty good. Oh boy. Persuasive Prognosis. Have we seen a Justinic yet? We've seen one Justinic. Alright, we've seen one Justinic and that's it so far. So we'll see how Blake blocks and what he decides to do here, how he wants to play this out. How he blocks will probably tell us if he has any defense reactions or what his hand looks like here. It's also worth noting that Jacob has not been able to put together any copper yet. Jacob just passes here. Says, okay, if you want to give me 2 cards, I'll take 2 cards from your hand. Now plays an Eradicate. Eradicate looking to get a lot of value here. Pitching to Fate Foreseen, Jacob realizes that he needs to keep offensive pressure here. Is there anything coming? No, Jacob just passes. Eradicate puts him to 5 and banishes 2 cards. Now, it's not showing us any of the cards in his banish here, but he ended up banishing... I guess it's not going to show us the cards in his banish? Flicker Trick and Manifestations of Miragai were the 2 cards that were banished. And then Blake is looking to play Levels of Enlightenment, naming draw a card, which is a good mode, because if he flips into a Transcend card, he can activate New Moon here and really try to start putting something together. Try to cobble together a board that could make this a little bit better. Alright, Jacob just takes 3, falls to 16. It's worth noting that's the first life that we've seen him lose this game so far. Okay, Persuasive Prognosis for 1. Blake blocks, so we're going to see the Razor's Edge. Considering that he only blocks 3, I was like, I'm curious to see how this plays out with Jacob here. Restless Coalescence is not a card you can shred, but Miraging Metamorph is. And a yellow shred here, or a blue, could put this over the top. There might not be any more reactions here from Jacob, though. This might have been like his one real reaction here that he could have had, so... Redback Shroud. Okay, we're looking at a spike with something more than likely. Spike with Frailty. Okay, so now we're running this up to 7. Blake is now blocking 5 on a 7. Okay, another Restless Coalescence is blocking 7 on 7. Okay, so pretty good looking hand here. The Persuasive Prognosis would have gotten a lot of value if it would have hit here. And the follow-up is another Eradicate. Takes 1, banishes another card. We're seeing another card get banished here off the top of the deck, and it's a Warmonger's Diplomacy. So now, not only does Jacob have all of the tempo by applying a lot of pressure, he's also fatiguing Blake. Blake's down 7 cards right now. Now, he has all of his equipment, and currently Jacob has no daggers. No. Jacob passes. He must have had no attacks. None. Oh my gosh. Talk about a turn that could swing the game into Blake's favor. Wow. Just having to pass. We're gonna have to be sure to ask him about this. On turn 7, or I get the end of turn 6, he just passes. Or no, Pleth is the start of turn 7. So now Blake gets a chance to transcend here and to try and really make something happen. So now he's going to have 2 transcend cards. Is this a once per turn instant, or is this just an instant? This is just an instant. All right, so we have 5 Spectral Shields, and we have Ward 4 in play now. So Blake is really going to try and start putting the board together here. Hashtag having hot dogs for dinner. That's what I'm talking about, Thor. Dinner of champions, bro. That's what I like to hear, fam. You love to see it. 5 Spectral Shields, and he has Ward 4 in play, and he's throwing a Phantasmaclasm. Codex of Frailty was put on the bottom of the deck. Okay. So we really saw the downside of Jacob not having any daggers last turn by using the Flick Knives very aggressively early on in the game. We're really seeing the downside of what his turn looked like. Currently blocking with Spike with Bloodrot and Razor Reflex. I love that we're running Razor Reflex in this deck. Razor Reflex with Redback Shroud is so good. It works out so well. And we have a sink below, okay? So Jacob's going to end up blocking this out, but probably going to try and find something to put together here. Like he needs to start clearing this board. He'll need probably a good pick to pieces here, or we're probably looking at just anything that really applies pressure. Blake will be very quick to give up the heirloom of rabbit hide. At least I would think anyway. Especially right here. Like, this is definitely a no blocks kind of situation in my opinion, because this just blocks it out conveniently, and you also have this to kind of like play in your favor, which is really good. Should have attacked with a free shield first. Yeah, he definitely should have attacked with one of the spectral shields first. It would have just been 2 extra points, right? Since you have the Cosmo. Good catch, Trent. Good catch. Activating 2 pieces of Enigma here so that we have 9 spectral shields. Enigma really starting to take over the game here. Like, we're seeing this. 11 spectral shields in play right now, guys. 11. Whenever this or a non-token permanent you control with ward is destroyed, you may pay 1 if you do create a ponder token. Okay. So it's coming in for 4. And I think it's pretty safe to say that Blake could not care at all. Like, that he does not care about the leave no witnesses at all here. This is just 4 points. Okay, he does decide to give the Vapor Scene, which, I mean, I guess the longer you're able to keep ward around, the better off you're going to be. We're also now at a point in the game where if Jacob does draw a Concealed Blade to try and re-equip a dagger, there's no shot. With 11 Spectral Shields in play, it's not looking very solid. I think the world we're living in now is that Jacob is just trying to fatigue Blake. I think that's where we're at. Now, it doesn't look very likely, right? Oh yeah, that's right. It's not Cosmo that makes it free. So it's actually only normal Enigma. That makes it good. That's true. Good point, Michael. Good catch. Good catch. This has turned into quite the game here. I mean, Jacob drawing the, like, quote unquote Rune Blade hand here where, like, it was like all reactions is tough. Very awkward. Oh, Lord. Didn't sleep enough last night, obviously. This is over for Arachne. Annabelle, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Easy. Let's keep it together here. It's not over yet. I mean, it's probably over, but it's not over yet. All right, so we had 2 go again. Jacob falls down to 14. Blake has 2 go again one more time. And then it's probably just going to be a Spectral Shield and an Arsenal, your last card, if I had to guess. That's what it feels like it's looking like so far. It's Jover. I mean, probably. It's probably Jover. You're probably not wrong. But we're hanging out just in case that's not the case, right? Because you never know. Could not be over at all. Okay. So Jacob has kept his hand here. I think realizing that he just has to put something together offensively. Blocks with a 10,000-year reunion. Makes sense. Play Spike with Blood Rot. And Razor Reflex. Okay, so currently, this would have him clearing the... This would have him putting Blake down to 3 Spectral Shields if this hits like this. No Blood Rot. There's no relevant on-hit effects here because all of the... Okay, so he doesn't even give up the Spectral Shields. He actually keeps the Spectral Shields. He stays at 9 and then 2 with a counter on them. Chooses to lose the Wave Reality and creates a Ponder, which is actually insane because of the Diadem. I think that's how you say it. Diadem of the Dream State. Yep. Diadem of Dream State. So, there's still the Diadem, which has Ward 2, but we still have all of the Spectral Shields in play. And I think Blake realizes right now that he's trying to just stay in the game. Blake is trying to keep his board as long as he can, because the longer he can keep his board, the better off he's going to be. Blocks with Spike with Inertia. Okay. Blocking with cards if you're Arachne has to feel real bad. And then I don't know if Blake's played the other Phantasmaclasm or not, but if he hasn't, this would be a great time for that or Miraging Metamorph to follow up here as the last card. Miraging Metamorph just getting a lot of value here. I guess he paid to create the Ponder just to like try and clear cards out of his hand here. You think he runs any pick to pieces? I don't know. If he does, it's probably not a lot, right? If he does, it's probably like 2 blues. I doubt he's on red pick to pieces, but he could be. He could be. There could be some number of them in his deck, Mellow. I'm just not sure. Like with Blitz, it's tough to tell. Bonds of Memory. Now it's Bonds of Memory, and at this point, Blake is actually winning the card advantage battle. Flicker Trick is bananas there. Flicker Trick getting all the value there, just blocking out, doing everything it can. Jacob is just not able to clear out this board. So now, Blake has access to 12 cards, and Jacob has access to 11, which means now where Jacob was winning the card advantage battle earlier, he's now losing that card advantage battle, which is the worst. That is a bad feeling to be in at this point in the game. Leads on the Spectral Shield, which is like the most methodical play he can make. It makes a lot of sense. I completely understand why he's making that decision. Jacob blocks the first Spectral Shield with a 3-block here. It is worth noting that everybody made a joke about us not going to time. Time was set to be at 3:55, and I don't think we really started playing games until about 5 minutes after that, so we're going to call it 4 o'clock here, just to make sure that there's enough time for these players to play out their game. I'm thinking 4 o'clock is a little bit closer, because there was a little bit of a delay with us getting started. All right, Jacob just arsenals here, and I mean, Blake, again, just this board state, everything that's happening, Blake just has such a commanding lead right now with everything that's going on. It would truly be impeccable to me if Jacob was able to close this game out from here. Like, I would be blown away if that happened. Jacob falls down to 2, blocks the first one and falls down to 2. Blake plays a Rage Spectre and passes here because he does have other things, so he does not get the action point back here. Jacob, this is your chance. I don't know what it looks like. I don't think that's it, though. It was going to need to be like something for like 6 to like clear cards out of Blake's hand, and then it was going to have to be a pick to pieces for like 6. And I just don't, I don't even know if like the cards are available for that to happen there. Giving up a Spectral Shield here, keeping the Rage Spectre is just better. Decides to play the Moon Chakra anyway. I was like, I don't think that's correct. I think you're just supposed to lose one of your Spectral Shields here, Blake. Yep. Loses the Spectral Shield, and yeah, at this point, Jacob just not having the gas at the end of the turn here to try and close this out. Blake's just going to keep running it here. The Spectral Shield's over and over again at some point, like... Also, one of the things that was, like, there's been a couple of really backbreaking points to this game. I think that Jacob using Flick Knives as early as he did has put him in a really weird spot. But also, like, his hand of just, you know, the Rune Blade hand honestly just murdered him. And now Blake's just going to go 2-2 into 6 every turn. Blake's going to use Aqua Lapse to give it go again. So not even using the Enigma New Moon effect, just literally sticking to giving this go again. And, okay, here it is. There's a defense reaction. Means there's probably another one if I had to guess. I think that he pitched two Fate for Scenes together earlier. Sink Below? Okay, so it's not 2 Fate for Scenes. It's Sink Below and a Fate for Scene. And he plays the Fate for Scene. Oh no, I think he's trying to sink the Fate for Scene. I think is what's trying to happen here. So we're blocking this. We're sinking the Fate for Scene. Spectral Shield for 1. I mean, I imagine Jacob's going to go to 1 here. Like, I think you have to go to 1 here, right? No, just block you with the weakest link. I mean, it's pretty much over regardless here, so... Where am I? Sorry, I dropped the card here. And then Jacob draws... Okay, playing Codex of Frailty. So trying to make something happen here. Can make his weapons make Blake's weapons, his Spectral Shields, for a little bit less here. But writing's on the wall pretty much. With Blake having 4 cards in hand and... Oh, God, excuse me. 4 more cards in his deck. He's just able to, like, block out and fatigue him here if he wants to. He can also just lose 4 Spectral Shields here. He should probably block with the Aqua Lapse, right? Because it gets destroyed. He should just block with the Aqua Lapse because it's just going to get destroyed. But again, at this point, like, not super relevant. Yep, draws up, chooses not to Arsenal, which makes sense. Blake's going to play Manifestation Amira guy, which, again, like, totally irrelevant play to play here, but it is 7. Like, this wasn't needed to close out the game, but it does work here. Blocks 3 and then gives us the Fate Foreseen here. And then Blake goes Spectral Shield to win the game, or just throws the Rage Spectre. Either way, it ends the game with Jacob having no cards in hand. So, just that one turn. That one turn just kind of getting him, right? Like, just being able to, like, clear out that one turn there. It turns out all Blake needed was 1 turn, and he was able to actually pull the game back and win from there, which was kind of interesting to see. It was kind of crazy. Let's see if we can catch up with the players real quick.
He's supposed to be doing.
All right, guys. So let's talk about that. Because when I joined in, I mean, Jacob, it looked like everything was going your way, brother. Like, you were up on cards, you were attacking a lot, and then, you know, what happened with that one hand where you just passed?
So I drew a hand of reactions, and I had no daggers left because I flick knives most of them away.
That is,
and so
what
I just
thought happened.
I just had to pass the turn, and they instantly got like 10 Spectral Shields, and I was like, all right, good game.
I mean, yeah, so it was interesting because, you know, the flick knife uses, like, were good. Like, you use them in good spots, I feel like, to try and, like, push value and get, like, to get value out of them. Now, the one turn where you flick knives the second dagger, Blake ended up having, like, every defense reaction under the sun, to be able to, like, cover that up, which was really good. But the, you know, the, like, quote-unquote Runeblade
really
hand,
badly.
that Runeblade hand, like, I mean, it feels like it lost you the game. Like, actually just feels like you lost on the spot at that point.
I will say that it was probably at least 70% of the reason I lost. Another bit was definitely me flick-knifing that second dagger. I was just being ballsy, and I was like, you know what? We're on stream. This will be funny.
Listen,
and it didn't play out.
See, I didn't draw any Transcend cards the first, like, what was it, 7 turns of the game? 8 turns?
Yeah, the only one that you saw, I took out of your hand with the weakest link. I forced you to play it.
Yeah, because I played the drop because the attack was weakest link on turn 0.
I was like, yeah, the Codex. I know the Codex got the 2 Tide Maws out of your hand there, the spot that I saw.
Yeah, I was hoping to be able to close the game out with those, and I was like, I'm just going to have to, like, fatigue him, I guess, with these little Spectral Shields and hope to get to the mirror guy.
I mean, so Blake, tell me, like, you know, the game was looking like kind of gloom for a minute, you know, like I never thought it was over per se, but, you know, it was looking pretty rough for you there for a minute, and then all of a sudden Jacob just passes, you know, like what was going through your mind in that moment? Like, tell me, like, what you were thinking there.
I was really, like, that turn was the really big swinging point of the game.
Yeah.
Even if he would have had a stronger-ish turn there, that was the turn that I also drew all my Transcend cards.
Right.
So I hated it for him, but at the same time, you know, it was like a sigh of relief because I also just hit the Transcend cards.
I mean, yeah, and so, you know, that's kind of like what Enigma's looking to do, but if you know, you were at 5 at that point in the game, if Jacob has a really good hand there, it feels very possible that like even then, like it may not be enough for you. Like that Jacob might just be able to like keep applying pressure from there.
If he's
One
not
thing
on
that-
pick to pieces, if he was on pick
Yeah.
to pieces,
Mhm.
I would have been terrified.
We were talking about the potential of pick to pieces like in Jacob's deck at blue or something like that. And like, the later the game went on, we were like,
actually-
I don't think he has any, but if you had one, it could have been really good.
I normally run 2 red ones, but I actually sided them out before the tournament.
Oh man, that's
Or took them out of the
unfortunate.
list before the tournament. Yeah.
I mean, it's probably been good
I
the
was
rest of the day,
excited to very
but
much
felt
need
pretty
them.
unfortunate in that matchup there.
Yeah.
All right, well, guys, thanks for chatting. I appreciate it. And if you guys cut top 8, good luck in top 8, and I will talk to you guys in just a minute.
All right.
All right, well, guys, we were able to catch up with the players, talk to them about kind of their match and how things went. We're going to take a short break here. We're going to get top 8 set up. We're going to get everything figured out, figure out what match we're looking at, and then from there, we're going to play out top 8. That's the goal. So thanks for hanging out, and I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. let's get it on. Top 8 coming at you. Enigma, New Moon versus Blaze. Should be a heck of a game. Let's get this on. All right, so let's see. I believe both of our players, let's see. So Blake went 3-2 in Swiss. I just changed the wrong one because I've been doing that all day. So Sergey was 5-0 throughout our Swiss rounds, and Blake did go 3-2, so we've got it correct here. And our round is, we got top 8 going on. Move this over just a little bit here so that's more in the middle for you guys. And perfect. Now we got our game going on. Top 8. I heard the Enigma player is afraid of the dark. Dude, absolutely. Blake is totally afraid of the dark. Nathaniel said, who let Blake in top 8? I love it, bro. I love it. We're bashing Blake even when, like, we're not here. I'm so here for it. All right, I'm curious to see. So they actually played in Swiss earlier. Now, considering that Enigma New Moon does not have the ability to considering that Enigma does not have the ability to run Arcane Barrier naturally, they're reliant on the Spectral Shields, which is insanely good for us. Well, for Blaze. Aggro Blades for Worlds commentary? Dude, Peterson. That's what I'm talking about. I love that. Dude, I would love to commentate a big event. I would commentate a big event in a second if someone like reached out to me about doing it. Okay, Talismanic Lens on turn 0? Yo, Peterson, or like, dude, like, Sergey's trying to, like, go ham right now. Trying to go ham. How we go? Top? Okay. Activate Blaze. Removing a lot of counters here. Whoop. Drop my chapstick. Removing 3 counters to activate Blaze on turn 0 for a Sonic Boom. Oh, man, here we go. Here we go. Just putting that pressure on. Just, who's your daddy? As early as we can get it here. You play so you're able to understand what's going on. Wait, what do you mean, Troll? At least now they have people who know what's going on. Are you talking about, like, what people that commentate, Troll? Is that what you mean? Thanks for running the tourney. I only wish I did a little better, Brad. I get that. But, dude, I'm happy to, man. I'm glad you got to come and play today and hang out, brother. I had a great time. I was like with you being here. It was awesome. Oh, in the past, commentators didn't have a clue. Yeah, I've watched Magic coverage where, like, commentators don't understand what's going on. And it's very disappointing. I completely understand. Okay, so we played Phantom Tidemaw, and then we now have 2 Chi in our hand. So I assume Blake's going to be looking to activate Enigma New Moon here to flip over something and make some Spectral Shields. This should be a heck of a game, I think. Like, this turns out this should be a really good game. So Phantom Tidemaw has Ward 1 by itself, but Enigma New Moon's ability also allows it to protect, which is really good, because it means that it can get you can get Spectral Shields off flipping the equipment. And then you can turn Phantom Tidemaw into quite an attacker here over the course of the game. If Blake is able to, like, put counters on the Tidemaw and protect it, there's a lot of real value here. Man, so Blake just had the double Transcend card on turn 0 to be able to fight off everything that Sergey was trying to put together. Flips Wave of Reality. We now have access to 6 Spectral Shields. I assume that Blake is going to lose Wave of Reality. Yep, get the counters. Loses Wave of Reality, and he loses a Spectral Shield. He gains it back from Wave. Sonic Boom comes in for 3. He's going to let the 3 Spectral Shields die, 3 of them, and then he's going to add counters onto the Tidemaw to apply pressure to Sergey here. So Sergey could be up a creek pretty fast here. Like, pretty fast. Like when I was co-commentating, I had no idea what was going on. Oh my gosh. And a Restless Coalescence here? Okay, so Blake had the best start, I think, possible for this deck. Like, the best start, I think, possible here. OTK Riptide was cool to watch today, Brad. I enjoyed seeing the deck. I mean, yeah, attack with Restless Coalescence. Like, just makes sense. Now, the interesting part here is that, Sergey's not out of it yet. He just needs to be able to clear the board here. He needs to be able to keep some cards, take some damage, and then try to clear the board, which I won't think would be that hard here. It depends on what Blake's deck with Chi looks like. Like how his Chi situation looks for the rest of the game. I also would have thought that Blake would have activated Restless Coalescence there to just be able to keep Spectral Shield generation on the board. Yeah, okay. So he is going to activate it. I think that's correct. I think that's the correct play here. I enjoyed seeing it too, just not across from me. I get that. I feel that way about some decks too, man. I completely get that. Sergey's definitely up a creek here, and he's going to need some good turns to like really try and put this together. So Waning Moon would clear out 2 Spectral Shields. And then Scalding Rain clears out the Heirloom of Rabbit Hide. Man, Blake has an Oasis Respite. He's running Respites in his deck? Bro. Hope the Riptide deck gets posted. I'm going to ask everybody to post their decks from the tournament just because I think it's fun for everybody to see them. So it's interesting how bad it was for Sergey to use his counters on turn 0. Now, to be fair, he could have pushed a lot of damage and did a lot of cool things if he did get to hit there, but Blake had like the counter start to what Sergey was looking to do on turn 0, and I honestly think that's put Sergey on the back foot. Like, honestly. So, Dave, there was like... I think there was an unspoken rule that no one was going to play Zen, but somebody did play Zen, like just for fun today, and they ended up not making top 8. There was one, and they did not make top 8 today. But I think most everybody was like, gentlemen's understanding, we're not going to play this. Sergey's going to need a heck of a turn here to clear this board. Going to need a heck of a turn here to clear this board. Aqualapse gives us go again. And yeah, so this is just attack. So now he gets to attack Blake for 7. That's just incorrect. I think that's just incorrect. I think he's supposed to attack for 7. Underscore passed and just took the damage there. I think Sergey just realized that he wasn't able to really get back into that game there. Like, Blake had the counter start to Sergey's start of the game there and just wasn't really able to get into the game, it didn't seem like. So Sergey went for the Blaze play of like banishing the Sonic Boom on turn 0 to try and push damage and really get good value, which I think is a good play. But Blake literally just had Tide Maw into double Transcend card that he was able to play, and he still had the Moon Chakra. So yeah, that was tough. I was so happy there wasn't much Zen. I think a lot of people were, to be honest. I think it made people feel a lot better, honestly, throughout the thing. So I completely get that. All right, well, let's see if we can catch up with them here. Let's see if we can catch up with them and kind of talk about their game. It appears that they are gone. They both have already left the table. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to try and find a backup match. I'm going to take a small break here. I'm going to step away for about, I don't know, we're like 2 minutes here. We're going to try and find a backup match. And when we come back, we're going to have more top 8 action. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Okay. We got a backup feature match area. It is the Victor mirror that we're looking at here. And then as we're looking up here at the top, I think this is where we're at. It turns out that Ed went 4-1 through Swiss and Trent went 3-2 through Swiss. So as we're looking at this here, hashtag wish for background music. So the problem is that I would love to play background music, but I can't, and you guys not hear everybody else as well. Well, I haven't figured out how to do that yet. Something I need to work on for sure. A Wizard player and don't currently own Blaze, Zen is probably my best bet to win one. I mean, Zen's very broken, Dave. Zen does a lot of very dumb stuff here. But as we're looking at our game here, I noticed that we have the Victor mirror kind of like late in the game. It's 4-2, and it's 4-2, but Trent has all of his cards. Oh, man. Go again. What are we revealing? Reveal, Disable, and Spinal Crush, which means if he has another blue in his hand, he can pitch the blue and the red to throw 9. This could very well be the end of the game here. Blocking with Civic Steps is a very good block there. He takes 1, goes to 3. And then if Trent's able to throw 9 here, if it's triple reds, it's really awkward. And I think this means that Ed is forced to give up all 3 cards here. Because he is at 3, and he has no more equipment. If he was able to keep a blue and swing the hammer for 9, he probably wins the game on the spot. But the fact... Wait, what happened? What did I miss? Oh, he threw the 3rd card up there, and I didn't see it. Okay, whew, never mind. If you're going to take time to play a grossly imbalanced format, you may as well take something grossly imbalanced. I mean, that's a fair way to look at it. I get that. So Trent has taken all tempo of the game here, and he just throws Titan's Fist. How many pummels do we have left in our deck? Uh-oh. Oh, Trent has no pummels left. So, I mean, he could have thrown one of the debilitates here, which would have just been strictly better because it forces 2 cards from Ed's hand. So I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm not sure what's happening right now, like where we're at in the game, like what's going on. Both of the pummels have come out, so I'm not sure why Ed blocked like that. I guess it could have been a blue pummel, but blocking for 5 still like keeps you in a good spot. Man, Trent is like... Okay, they both have 6s. They both have 6s. This isn't really a good opportunity for Ed to reclash here. There's no reason, like, he doesn't draw a card if he creates the gold, so there's no real reason to, like, actually clash or, like, break anything here. Just letting this happen is perfectly fine, I think. He does reclash. Interesting. And it ends up being the exact same thing. Okay. I don't know if I like the reclash there. Feels a little inopportune of a reclash right there. Don't really think that's where you want to be. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm looking for something over here. All right. Okay, so it's looking like... Okay, I was like, I'm wondering if Edmark's willing to, like, go to 1 here. Because there is worry of a fatigue, I think, though. I mean, Golden Sun, yeah. Like, Golden Sun closes the game out. Trent has 1 left. Edmark has none. 9 is very good. 9 is very good. He's able to block 9. Win the Macho Grande. Trent has a Visit Goldmane Estate. There's no world where he can throw the Macho Grande from this point. So I don't think Edmark's going to be able to close this one out. I think Trent might just be able to fatigue him here. I think that's like what we're looking at. I mean, up 13 cards to 1 is like a pretty pretty good note that like you're definitely going to be winning the game here as far as Trent's concerned. Although I am intrigued because Trent said he had something to do at 4:30, which it's like 4:30 right now. So paint drying is a fun game. Dude, get out of here, troll. This is a great game. Oh, there it is. There's that last Golden Sun. And I can't imagine that there's any defense reactions left in the deck here. Even if there was, it doesn't really matter. I was like, Trent's just able to close this game out. 12-turn game here where Trent was able to like just really get ahead on cards in life and like really put himself in a very, very strong position at that point in time. So Ed ends up following. They both of our players end up at 4-2 after playing 5 rounds of Swiss and playing out our first match of top 8. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a small break. We're going to get top 4 together. And then when I come back, we're going to play out top 4. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Okay, guys. Short break. Top 4 coming at you. Victor versus Enigma New Moon. Let's get this up to date. So Enigma is 4-2, but I think this one is... So Taylor is 5-1. Taylor's playing against Blake right now. We got Victor versus Enigma New Moon, which should be very interesting. And we have our top 4 game coming right at him. Let's get into it. Blake is starting off with a red Spectral Manifestations and then passing. Okay. That's interesting. Spectral Manifestations is a great card. Like, it's a very good card in general. And it just puts that Spectral Shield into play where you want. But there's no Transcend from Blake on turn 0, which is interesting. I would think he'd be trying to Transcend if he could. I think that's the best way for him to start this game out, is just by Transcending if he can. Okay, Taylor's hand looking pretty mediocre here to start the game. He makes a Seismic Surge, and then he throws a blue Chokeslam. So no real good red attacks here, like nothing crazy. Enigma Balls, of course. Of course, dude. You have to say it, right? Like, you're legally obligated to say it once. All right, Blake blocks 6, which I think is probably the best play he can make for him. He might be looking to Transcend or set something up, since he blocked with a Rage Spectre. We'll see what happens. Blake would like to Transcend and use the Chi if he can as early as possible. Nope, just attacking for 4, so there's no Transcend coming here unless he has one in his arsenal. Clash of Might. Clash of Might looking pretty good for Taylor here, trying to get some aggro advantage going. Oh my gosh. Phantasmaclasm off the top. That's got to be... Shoo! That's heartbreaking. Got to be heartbreaking. I don't know if you care that much about the Might token. Okay, he does. Taylor says that, yes, we have to care about the Might token, although he's kind of giving up his value that he gets off of starting with Crown of Dominion, and like the gold main estate value that he gets there. So I think Taylor definitely needed to win that one naturally. Blake having Phantasmaclasm is pretty unfortunate. Okay, makes a new surge, throws Command and Conqueror for 7, which does, I mean, 2 cards here from Blake can block this out effectively. Playing Sacred Art, I assume we're just picking the Transcend mode if that's the case. Homage, okay, and then play Sacred Art. So that puts a counter on everything and makes 2 Spectral Shields. And then Blake's going to flip over Enigma New Moon, or activate Enigma New Moon to flip over one of his equipment pieces. I wonder if it's going to be the chest or if it's going to be the arm piece here. I was like, I would think it's one of those two, but I'm not sure. I haven't really played enough Enigma New Moon to like dictate which one I think it's going to be consistently. But I was like, yep, flips over the chest, and then probably given a card here if I had to guess. No, giving up the Heirloom and the 3 Spectral Shields without counters on them, I assume. Yep. So we're really seeing Enigma shine here pretty early on. Now, Blake's not really able to throw the Tide Maw here. The Tide Maw, is not a safe throw ever, pretty much, against Taylor. Blocking with a Trounce. And Taylor does win the Trounce. Even though Blake revealed a Miraging Metamorph, Taylor's able to win the Trounce and puts a blue Cranial Crush into his hand, which is pretty solid here. Staying at 19 and keeping the value in his hand with all of his Clash cards is pretty good. It's pretty much exactly where Taylor wants to be. Blake comes in for 2. Clash of Vigor. Okay. I was like, now the Clash of Vigor could be interesting. It's like he's probably just pretty happy to give Blake a Vigor here, honestly. Restless Coalescence. Probably just taking every counter he can get his hands on, to be honest. Because he's able to throw that for 12 after this. Which is actually crazy. Yeah, I was like, Blake should not do that yet. He should attack first, and then he should activate the Restless Coalescence. Or he just passes, I guess. Agroblaze 69, aka Taylor, as he's trolling me, requests to undo the last action so that Blake... Oh, Blake doesn't have Go Again. Yeah. So, since Blake took all the counters off of his Spectral Shield, it didn't have Go Again, because it doesn't have a counter on it. Man, they're, yeah, I don't I don't think that Blake realizes that he has to start the whole turn over here. Yeah, there it is. So they finally got it figured out. It took them a second, but they finally got it figured out here. So they end up starting the turnover. No, they're here. They just, I guess they decided just to go to Taylor's turn without actually like starting over the whole turn, which I mean makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Make a new surge, throw debilitate for 9. Now, the tough part here is that Blake still has 3 pieces of equipment, which means he basically just has 3 more spectral shields just sitting there waiting to be flipped over anytime he chooses to actually have them. So it feels like it feels like Blake is really in the driver's seat here. Gives the Fate Foreseen. Makes a lot of sense. Take 2, or I guess it's more like lose Tidemon and Spectral Shield. No, just decides to lose both the Spectral Shields. I imagine Blake's turn is going to start by attacking with Restless Coalescence there. Just attack for 12. Casually is a pretty good way to start the turn. Okay, just kidding. Blake's going to lean on Levels of Enlightenment, and then he's going to play the pass over there to set himself up well. Banishes the Command and Conquer. Not that that's really relevant for what Blake's trying to accomplish, but still. And then he's able to pitch to activate Enigma New Moon. Flips over a Wave of Reality, and now he's coming in for 3 go again, I imagine. If he doesn't want to attack again, it's probably just going to be 5, right? Because he has a good card to Arsenal here. So I imagine that it's go again because it feels like it has to be correct for Blake to attack with the Restless Coalescence here. Even if it means giving up an Arsenal, just attacking for that much with the Restless Coalescence is just insane. Yep. So Taylor is taking 6. Wins a Spinal Crush off the Test of Strength here. And then Blake does have a red unmovable. Taylor down to 12. Blake at 21. Taylor draws a card off the gold. Taylor draws another card off the gold. I wonder if Taylor's looking to play CNC Pummel here, if that's the goal. Saying that I'm going to force you to just not have the... Yep, so he had the 2 reds in hand. Blake just keeps requesting to undo the action there. Yeah, I was like, Blake's trying to block, and he doesn't understand how Talishar works because he doesn't play it enough. I was like, Taylor's going to play the Pummel anyway. It does clear everything but the Coalescence here. It should have. Unless I missed something. Might have been more Spectral Shields there than I realized. Restless Coalescence for 12 here. Taylor is just passed. I'm not sure. I was like, I doubt he has I mean, we saw defense reactions earlier, but I wouldn't think they're in. I think Taylor at this point in time just kind of realized that, you know, this is just an awkward spot to be in, and that Enigma New Moon is just like really putting a lot of pressure on. And that it's just able to like just set up so much stuff and put so many Spectral Shields into play that it's really tough to keep up with there. I don't know that there was a world Taylor could have came back from that. It was just too much too soon. Blake being able to go first and set all that up was really tough. Yeah, it was just awkward for Taylor after Blake got off to such a good start, being able to transcend that early on in the game. I do like that it at least shows you the equipment afterwards, like so that you have to reveal the cloaked equipment, which, I mean, makes sense. So we're going to look and see where our other top 4 game is at. If it's still going on, we'll get you some coverage of it. But if not, when we come back, we'll have our finals match. It's finals time. Let's get it on. Let's go. We got Enigma New Moon versus Victor. Both of our players are 5-2 on the day, and we have our final match today. I am honestly really excited. I mean, it feels like Enigma New Moon is favored in this matchup just by looking at it. But man, I have to say this has been a great tournament. This has been a lot of fun. Blitz was a very nice change of pace. Where we're already talking in the Discord today about running another one and what we're going to do next and things like that. We'll probably run one more before the year's over, because we only put these on every couple months or so like that. But looking at, I'm hoping for a good game here. I'm hoping for a good game. New Moon plays how I wanted Enigma to play when she was spoiled, being able to manipulate her entire board state with one card like she does. It is a very unique way to play Fab. I do agree, Shane. Very much so. This should be a good game. Trent had the choice of going first or second, and he picked to go first here. And then he's looking to pass. We'll see if Blake has anything he can respond with. Okay, here we go. Hiva Pulverize, boys. Hiva Pulverize on turn 0. This is the gas that Victor needs to take down Enigma New Moon. The real question is, will it be enough? This would be a great time for like a go again card right here. Pitches a Trounce. Pitches a Trounce to make a new Seismic Surge. And then we're probably pitching 2 blues to throw the Pulverize here. We have to attack Enigma. I don't think there's a world you can ever actually... I don't think there's a world where you can ever actually attack Shimmers here. I think that's probably just always incorrect here. Although Shimmers on turn 0 is pretty good. If you still want to play LL after this, let me know. Yeah, Cusco, I don't know what I'm doing after this, but I'll shoot you a PM if I can play some games, man, for sure. Absolutely. Silent said, just like our game. Pulverize these nuts. That's right. Let them know. Turn 1 Pulverize is crazy. So he heaves a Pulverize on turn 0 and then throws it on the first turn, on his second turn. This is for 13 because of a drop in the ocean. Puts Blake down to 9 on turn 2. Now, as we saw earlier, it's not over for Enigma until it's over. So at this point, Trent's got to keep up the gas. Trent's got to keep up the game. He's got to make sure he's still playing tight. He's got all of his equipment to block with. And as long as Trent can continue to throw things and then keep the board clear, he can be in a pretty good spot. Be curious to know what Trent chooses to Arsenal here. How he decides to play this one out. Will there be timestamps after the stream is posted? I can go back in and put timestamps. I'm happy to do that after this. That's no problem. Okay, so Blake has a Chi and a Manifestations, which means Manifestation is coming in for 10 right here. So Blake gets to put a lot of pressure on. Or I'm sorry? Oh, the Pulverize, it's only for 6. Okay, we win a Test of Strength with a Disable. All right, it's looking good so far. This is how the semi started. He better finish this in the same manner. Silent wanted to be in the finals, man. Yeah, I'll go down and put timestamps in to make life easier here. For sure. That should make life a little bit easier. And then Blake plays a 10,000 year reunion. Trent's going to have a heck of a turn to clear this up. Man, that's a tough one to follow up. The 10,000 year reunion gets a lot of value here. Being able to play, we've seen haymaker turns back and forth so far from both players. Unmovable is for 7. Which means Blake is currently taking 5. So Blake loses the heirloom of the rabbit hide and he loses a spectral shield here. He gets to keep Manifestations and the 10,000 year reunion, which means he can attack for 4 and for 10, putting on a lot of pressure here. The max promo is pretty cool. I do really like the max promo. I don't know where the third counter came from. Oh, Shimmers. So he's actually attacking for 6 and then 10. So Trent falls down to 14 and throws a Golden Sun for 10 overpower here. Okay. So Trent's really trying to apply a lot of pressure as early as he can here. He's really trying to put Blake on the back foot. Although I have to say this New Moon deck, like playing into these Guardians, has felt so good. It's just felt very clean. The fact that Blake is blocking tells me that he can protect his 10-year reunion here. And double Fate Foreseen. Man, this like just plays such good defense. Just plays such good defense, this New Moon deck does. And then it's able to come in for 8 because of the Shimmers. Test of Strength's going to need something good here. That's awkward. He's going to have to break the shield to try and put his Gold Mana State on the bottom. No, he does not. He decides to let it sit. He decides to let it sit. Okay. Hi, Tyrion. Terrence decided to come hang out with us. My kitty. Okay. So Trent falls down to 10. Not winning that clash is pretty big. I think Trent was probably supposed to break the shield there, honestly. And then Blake's able to go 3 or go again into draw a card. No, he just goes 5 draw a card. I actually think that's incorrect because Blake could have thrown the 10,000 year reunion here. He's going to use Aqualapse. Okay. Using Aqualapse to push as much value as he can here. That's right. Get Taryn in the chat. Let's go. Trent's down to 5. And he's gonna block 7. Take 3, fall to 2. Visit Gold Mana State. And Spinal Crush for 9. So not a bad looking hand, really able to like piece together, like still 9 here, but I don't know that it's gonna be enough. Block with the Aqualapse. You can block with both the Spectral Shields here. Diablo pulling for Trent. I love it. I absolutely love it. Everybody pulling for Trent. I love it. Blocks with a 10,000 year reunion from hand. Gives the Sink Below. One of the Spectral Shields eats the Spinal Crush. This matchup is really tough when you're not playing all the go again cards like Zealous Belting, Rouse, Outmuscle, E-Strike. When you're not playing all the go again cards that we have access to in CC, Victor, it makes this matchup really tough. And then Manifestations of Mirror Guy comes in for 10 here. Bong rip noises intensify. So this is going to be go again, draw a card. Or no, it already has go again. Was that path well traveled? Did I miss that? Was that path well traveled here? No? Oh, the Quicken token. So it's 5 go again, draw a card. And then Blake is able to throw 10 off the Manifestation because of Shimmers. And then throw the 10,000 year reunion. Oh, man. So the 10,000 year reunion is going to close it out here. That's enough to close it out. And it looks like Enigma New Moon is going to win Talishar Tournament number 4. You are looking at your champion, ladies and gentlemen. Enigma New Moon. Let's get in there. Let's talk with him. Guys.
That happened. It existed.
That is one of the games of all time. So let's talk about the roller coaster of emotions that I went through that game.
Mm-hmm.
Trent heaves a Pulverize on turn 0, and I'm like, we're doing it.
Okay,
We're
listen.
doing it.
It could have been even better. So I heaved the Pulverize, but I also had a Rouse in hand, and a Trounce in hand. If he had attacked me, and if I was able to draw off the Trounce,
oh wow,
I would have been able to throw Rouse the Ancients and Pulverize in the same hand.
So,
But he didn't attack me, so I was stuck with too many reds in hand.
So if Blake's turn 0 is play Rage Spectre and attack for 6, or his first turn, you block with the Trounce, take 3 probably, and then you're able to go 7, or 8, go again into 14.
It forces you to burn some of the Spectral Shields early there with the Transcend.
Yep.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely insane. That probably wins you the game.
Yeah, but I think getting Shimmers out for him was just too much value. I literally had no way of attacking twice to clear it, so it just kept getting.
I mean, yeah.
What
So
it
like
had.
the value of Shimmers that game was crazy because it was worth so many points over the course of the game. Like, and it's one of those times when like I kept looking at your hands and I'm like, I get it. You can't attack that thing. You got to clear the board.
I had to.
Yeah.
It was nothing else I could do. No,
I completely understand. So Blake, kind of, like let's talk about. Let's talk about what that game looks like for you if you arsenal something instead of playing the Shimmers on turn 1. Like, let's say you have a sink below there. What does your next turn look like when Trent goes 8 into 14?
If I end up on the same hand, I end up arsenaling. Because did I arsenal a D-React? Did I arsenal Unmovable?
No, you didn't arsenal anything that turn. I don't think. It wasn't.
No, I played Rage Spectre into Shimmers and pitched a blue, and then arsenaled Unmovable, I thought.
Okay, it might have been Unmovable. I can't remember. So if you don't have Shimmers in play, how does the rest of that game look for you?
If I don't end up having Shimmers, is this assuming like everything else still played out the same? So I didn't attack.
Like everything plays the same. So like in this world, you have to attack with Rage Spectre, right? Because it's probably the best play you have there. If you're not putting something else into play. So we're living in a world where you throw Rage Spectre, Trent blocks with a Trounce and wins, and goes 8 into 14. What does the turn look like for you if Trent goes 8 into 14?
I full take the 8. On the 14.
So you're now down to 12 because you took the 8.
Yeah. I can still do the double transcend, play Unmovable from Arsenal, and flip up Rabbit Hide. Or I had triple transcend and Mirror Guy that hand, didn't I?
Yeah.
So I do all 3 of the transcends.
And then it's actually 7. It's 1 point less because one of your transcends was drop in the ocean.
So it's 13 instead of 14. So he takes the 8, and then you're looking at 13.
Yeah, but instead of flipping over 2 equipment there, I think I just flip over 1 and do Unmovable.
So you go Unmovable for 8 on 13, flip over Rabbit Hide, keep 2 Spectral Shields, lose a Spectral Shield.
And then play Mirror Guy with 4 counters on it.
Yeah.
So it probably ends up being better for you somehow.
Wait, no, it wasn't Unmovable. You arsenaled the 10,000 Year Reunion.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, you didn't have the Unmovable for some reason. I was like, because there's no reason for you not to block with it there.
Yeah. Either way, this is all hypothetical.
Yeah. No, either way, I was like, it's not how it went down. But guys, congratulations on making it to the finals. I was like, it's a big deal. I was like, I'm happy you guys made it here. Seeing Enigma New Moon win a Blitz tournament's really cool. Seeing 3 victors in the top 4 of this tournament was really cool for me personally. I really enjoyed it. And as you guys know, we got to talk about prizes. So Blake, being in first place, you get your choice. We have a Surgical Extraction playmat, or we have a Cold Foil Max the Hype Nitro hero token. What would you like, sir?
I don't know which one has more value to it, honestly.
I see what Blake's worried about. The Surgical Extraction playmat, I think, is valued currently at like $40. And last time I checked, the maxes were selling for like 60 or 65, I think.
Okay, I'll take the max.
Okay. And Trent, that leaves you with a Surgical Extraction playmat, brother.
Let's go.
Let's go. That's right. I was like, I know you're both big assassin players, so I'm sure it was a fight there all the way to the end. But guys, thanks so much for playing today. I appreciate you guys being here. I'll work out how to get the prizes to you guys. We'll figure it out so I can get you guys set up. I'll shoot you guys messages.
That's
And
great.
I will. I'll talk to you guys later.
You're gonna UPS one day ship it to me, right?
Yeah. No, I'm absolutely not because you live down the road. I'll see you on Friday. Oh man, Blake being a troll as always. Guys, thanks so much for hanging out today. I really appreciate you guys being here and hanging out. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit that follow, subscribe button wherever you're watching at. Also, if you're on YouTube, make sure you like the video. It means a lot. Really help me out. Appreciate you guys being here and hanging out. If you are interested in playing in the next Talishar tournament, there will be another one. It looks like we might do Living Legend this time around. Hit ! Discord. It's completely free to play in. All you gotta do is be in the Discord to get access to it. I post instructions and everything. We get it all set up. As you guys notice, we have a lot of fun. It's a really good time. I enjoy getting to hang out with everybody. I appreciate you guys being here. I don't think there's going to be a stream tomorrow. I might go to North Carolina tomorrow. I don't know. It's up in the air. We'll see what happens. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys have a good weekend, and I'll see you guys on Monday.